Hello, welcome everyone. Nice to see you. And I'm sorry I forgot again to press on the stupid go live button. Well, that's me. So, welcome everyone. I'm actually sorry, it happened again. I hate it so much when this happened. Like on Twitch, I just have to press start stream and then I'm online. So I already did like my introduction and things wondering, hey, nobody's answering what I'm talking about. Chat is just doing whatever. Feels very strange. But here I am. I made it, chat. I'm a bit... Man, that's so unfortunate, chat. I forgot to... I even had like a timer on and stuff on. That's... happens so often. But yeah, welcome everybody. First of all, Marley Tinuviel, much thank you so much. Much appreciated for your generosity. Very nice of you. Welcome among the philosophers. And yeah, so also welcome Priscilla TV and Light Blinded Fool. Devin is here. Nice to see you. Christiane is here. Nice to see you as well. I wish you all a good evening. Devin I already mentioned. Bash is here. And potentially other people as well. Yes, it was chat. Yeah, don't worry. It's just a time. I'm just sorry. I'm so like I hate it so much when this happens. Man, this annoying YouTube thing. I could swear I clicked on this button. Yeah, it's very late. I'm sorry I'm so late. Gaia is here as well. Nice to see you people. Yeah, I'm very late. It took me forever to edit this episode, which is the first impressions video for this episode, which is out now as well. Yesterday, I edited my predictions for this episode and episode 8. Let's say for the ending of season 2, basically, maybe the beginning of season 3 as well. And yeah, a lot of people watched that. I was positively surprised. Seems I should do more prediction videos. But previously, I thought about making a prediction video, but I never had good predictions, you know. Now I felt really confident. Some of my stuff went through. I forgot one thing to mention. I also made, as said, the video in German and in English. So on the German LotR channel, there's also a prediction video, which is shorter, though, because I had not the time to make 2 20-minute videos in one day. But yeah, I think that's kind of understandable. I was very busy to make all the stuff happen, and yeah. So we are getting to the end. It was a wild episode, I have to admit. Very wild. So we have a lot to talk about. Oh, the pet RoP, nice to see you. Terrible show. The first thing I read. Hi Chris, terrible show. Good evening. Yeah, I don't know what to think. Like I said in my first impressions video, I watched this season differently than I watched season 1, because every time I tune in, I just try to forget everything I know about Lord of the Rings. That kind of helps, I think. But yeah, there's that. Sprechen. So yeah, I hope you had a good day and enjoyed the content stuff and so on. I didn't watch it yet. Oh, so there will be spoilers here. We can make a spoiler warning screen. I have it somewhere. So as always, spoiler warning. We will discuss episode 7. There's also trailer material already for episode 8. I watched this as well. Not sure if we will discuss this in detail though. But yeah, at least you should have seen everything to episode 7, or don't care about spoilers. We also will talk about book stuff, obviously. So just to get the spoiler warning out of the way. Stanley, did you love the episode? I think if I just ignore everything I know about Lord of the Rings, I would say it was a decent episode because it was very focused on the plot and had good visual stuff that worked quite well. I really liked Charlie Vickers and the other both Charlies, basically, both actors, Anatar and Celebrimbor. I liked them a lot in this episode, so there was definitely some good moments in the show and so on. A lot of things I enjoyed. The biggest problem, though, is there were also some small parts I did not enjoy, and some parts I still have no idea where they want to go with this, like the kiss. We might talk about that. What I didn't like about this episode, though, was definitely the teleporting. I felt like there was too much ridiculous teleporting in this episode. But overall, I think it was a solid episode, yes. I'm actually quite enjoying the show. I agree it helps to not think about the show much. I usually watch TV not to think, so yeah. Storytelling is bad even without Tolkien lore. Loved your video. Thank you, much appreciated. And sorry that I missed so much of chat. I'm so sorry. Like I just man, so frustrating. It took me forever to make my video, not because it was so long or difficult to produce my first impressions video, simply because like I start my video with I don't even know what to say. Like the episode left me a bit speechless, some parts of it, and it was a bit difficult for me to basically word what I think about the episode, like form an opinion of it. I really had to think about it for some time. And then the episode got out really late, and now we're very late in the evening from my perspective already, well, it's a night basically, and start the stream. Can we talk about how ridiculous the dam was? Yes, we will talk about the dam very soon. It turns out that the writers or the showrunners don't know how rivers work, it seems, but yeah. Yeah, Sebastian, I agree. The Dwarven storyline is also progressing quite fast. I'm not sure if I like the idea of using the Balrog as some kind of weird plot device. There will be some stuff, though. I like Priscilla's perspective. Chris, Elrond was about to die. He had to give Galadriel a pin. He just decided he wanted to kiss a woman at least once before he went to Mandos. He does not know he will marry Celebrian. That's a good point. Annoying Critic, welcome. Nice to see you as well. Crafty Spirits also here. Good evening. So let's start with the analysis because it's late and yeah, I don't know where to start even. The good thing about this episode, like I said, is it's a very focused one. That means translated that even though this episode has a lot of things going on, we don't have many different plot arcs we have to dig into. We can just go through the episode and it will kind of work, I think. I'm not sure, Stanley, to be honest. Smoochy. That's kind of funny. I also like Galadriel's look when Elrond kissed her. It was very funny. Look, did you just kiss me? What was that? I think the viewer also had the same look on their face. What was that exactly? Did I see this right? Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Maybe my hope is it was just kind of a distraction so that in secret he could give her his device of his what do you call it, cape. What's the English term for it? I don't know. Interestingly, there's an Elvish term for it, which Adar used, but I forgot that one as well, so I can't use it. A lockpick. Yeah, basically the lockpick device. Basically distract her with a kiss. People look, hey, they are kissing, what's going on here? And then in secret he gave Galadriel this device to distract everyone. That's my theory, but I know they might hint at some relationship. Interestingly, lore-wise, Tolkien originally, when he started writing Lord of the Rings, he thought about making, he thought about that Elrond and Galadriel would be a couple, so that Galadriel would be the wife of Elrond, but he rejected this idea, and then Galadriel became Elrond's mother-in-law later. So there's that. Well, Liana is also here. Welcome. Nice to see you. You would have to assume either of them would be dead within hours. Yeah, maybe that could be an explanation for it. Also, but there's one detail that makes no sense. He has Nenya with him, which I think goes very against Elrond's character. However, let us go through the show piece by piece. We will eventually reach this year soon enough. So let me see. First scene, we have like good old Celebrimbor enjoying his tea outside on the balcony, enjoying the silence, feeling very focused and able to work on his rings, while outside the world is basically dying, without his knowledge, of course. But I have to go to bed. I will watch the stream tomorrow. Yeah, thank you for tuning in. I'm so sorry that I'm so late. I said I got delayed, as Gandalf would say. But yeah, he drinks his tea, chat. What do you think of this scene? I kind of liked it, because it shows the whole idea behind all these scenes, with the illusion still going on and him slowly figuring things out. That I think was pretty cool. I think that was definitely the highlight of the show. Speaking of highlight of the show, I have to tell Windows to sort by date. Else insanity will also get me very fast. So we learn something interesting. Here we see the Mithril of Narvi, as Anatar last episode claimed that, yeah, this would be of Narvi, and then Celebrimbor makes these little ingots. It's a bit hard to catch the image right because of the heat flickering. So it makes little ingots for the 9 rings. We just need some screenshots, so slowly making them here. Then we have, yeah, a little foreshadowing for later. The cutter. And yeah, that was an interesting scene I liked as well with the creational process. What I have to admit though here, I criticized this a bit that the 7 rings of power basically created off screen. Here he at least sits down and does some work, and we see slowly created. We see the actual process. So that I kind of liked, I have to admit, chat. Not sure what you thought about this. It looked almost like the stuff connected magically, so I don't know, there's maybe some magic going on, I don't know. You bought the Matrix mostly. I mentioned the Matrix reference. Also, like, I put it in Devin. I see meme potential. This image perfectly represents how people on Reddit, Lord of Rings on Prime see the show. I wasn't hallucinating. Yeah, Liana, you were not hallucinating. I would love to tell you no. I had a good explanation for this. I'm not sure who said this. I think it was on the Discord. Somebody said, I hoped Elrond with this kiss would give Nenya back to Galadriel in secret or something. But that would also make no sense. But I guess, well. We see some ring crafting, which is great. I agree. Sauron's blood is fancy. Yeah, for sure. Did it mean something romantic or not? I don't know. It could, like I said, it could be a distraction. I think, or I heard, we will learn more about it next episode. I also potentially had a guest for today, but since I started so late, my guest is already in bed and sleeping, which would be Helen. Spoiler. They make a good couple. Yeah, that's just a lore problem with them being a couple, I guess. It took more screen time to forge the 9 than for the 3 and the 7 combined, right? Well, there was also a lot of time crafting the 3, but yeah, you might be right. The 7 rings were just made off screen. We had Durin giving him the Mithril box. Then we had these whispers. Anatar let the Mithril fall into the melting pot or whatever you call this. And then next episode we see Durin with the rings already. There's no creation process, which I found very unfortunate that it happened off screen, the creation here. Now they take a bit more time, so I like this as well. The first thing gave me so much hope. Yeah, you know the saying, hope dies last, but it dies. I honestly thought he would try to cut the chain first. Yeah, I also thought, well, if this thing can cut metal, why not the chain of his handcuffs or something? Well, Blimbo and Thor, one of the. Sure, XX mentioned the forge would turn into a torture chamber eventually. Okay. Shouldn't Sauron help Celebrimbor make the rings? On paper, yes. In theory, also, the people in Eregion should not know that he's Sauron. Nobody should know until the One Ring is made, but well, the show does things very differently. The scenes with Celebrimbor and Sauron were done well, I thought. Yeah, I agree. That was definitely the highlight of this episode. Seems everyone is in love with Galadriel. Yeah, that seems to be a problem, I think. I can't wait to discuss Sauron's pompous speech about how he resisted Morgoth and enjoyed the torture. Like, however, chat, we have to be hasty. So I don't want to show every scene here. Well, we show you just a few more scenes so we can go through everything. You know, it will take some time to get through this episode. I'm not even sure how long the episode is, to be honest. Whatever. Doesn't matter too much. So he's making more rings, and now we have the first interesting scene that comes up from all of this. And that is... something's wrong. And yeah, there's a ruby missing in this hammer, chat. Yeah, of course he did. He added his blood and forced him to work non-stop. That for sure. I hope jeweler, which made mine and my husband's wedding rings, didn't pour his blood into them. Yeah, I hope this as well. I like when Celebrimbor, oh, well, Joe, welcome, nice to see you. I like when Celebrimbor said, told Sauron, you're so good at deception, you've deceived yourself. Yeah, that was a good line. Sauron was distracted. He didn't have the chance to upgrade the drivers on his second age illusion software. Yeah, that's also a possibility. So here something is missing, which is an interesting detail, of course. This helps Celebrimbor figure out that something is wrong. And then he finds his little mice friend. Little mouse friend. Mr. Mouse. So Celebrimbor observes Mr. Mouse and notices a pattern with Mr. Mouse, and that will later be like a topic. And then Anatar, he looks into this mirror and sees a bit of reality. And this is kind of interesting because he notices that he's not looking so great. Where is... There's my thing. Oh, chat, there will be... And then suddenly it's back to normal when Anatar appears, and so can kind of update the illusion stuff, I guess. And then he looks at his hammer, and also the missing ruby is suddenly back where it was. I have both scenes available, chat, so we can switch back and forth between them. It's kind of funny. And then we have another scene where we also see Celebrimbor and Anatar talking, which we have seen a lot. I would say, even though they are of course filmed differently, it will be hard after time if you just see the screenshots to say from which season this is, which episode it is. Makes you wonder how it went missing. Yeah, that's true. My mother-in-law. Just make sure that your husband does not kiss his mother-in-law. Yeah, let's not go into this direction. It's still weird. Who are we to judge elven matching? They have their own culture. How did Sauron make the broken workshop function? I don't know, to be honest. I have no idea why the workshop is functioning. Don't ask me how this illusion works. We will critique this in a moment. I just have to get a bit through this dialogue. So they are talking quite a bit. He sees Mr. Mouse, and then, yeah, Anatar tries to convince him basically that he's forgetful and so on. And then, but still, it feels like he has some clarity, and things are working. And his ideas can flow freely, he says. My work is but to let them share the secrets of their song. So the ideas, basically. And then, of course, Sauron wants to know the progress, which I always find interesting. Anatar's always pressing, like he needs those rings because the city is under siege. He does not have much time, which I still find a bit weird, to be honest. You know, the whole idea, why do you need it to make so much time pressure, you know? That's something. If Great Grebo, welcome. I got resubbed to Twitch, Chris. Thanks for the quick answer. No problem. I also included you in the credits of the video, I hope. Like, you should be in it. It could be that the streaming credits are not right, though. That's a different topic, always. Yeah, just a few tools, but it's still strange, you know? It's a lot of betting by Sauron. What is if he needs something else in the shop which is damaged by now or doesn't work in reality? How does this even work? I definitely think it is very, very strange, to be honest. I don't fully understand how or why, but here we are. like I had a thought, what is strange though is a time constraint they want to add here to the show. Because like Sauron can't fully foresee how long it takes Celebrimbor to craft those rings. What happens if his tower where he forges the rings collapses because it gets hit by shots of Adar or something? Like, there are definitely some, in my opinion, some variables that Sauron can't know, and as long as he has no ways of basically defending the tower in any shape or form, then it seems very strange that Sauron might be able to do this. Yeah, there's definitely a line like that in the lore. Question is, will I find it fast? It's in the Silmarillion, the line you are referencing, and it references the ring race, of course. Let me just see if I find it. Man, can you please just put the text field correctly? So yeah, here it is basically. Men proved easier to ensnare. Those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their day, kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. They obtained glory and great wealth, yet it turned to their undoing. They had, as it seemed, unending life, yet life became unendurable to them. They could walk, if they would, unseen by all eyes in this world beneath the sun, and they could see things in worlds invisible to mortal men, but too often they beheld only the phantoms and delusions of Sauron, and one by one, sooner or later, according to their native strength and to the good or evil in their wills, in the beginning, they fell under the thraldom of the ring that they bore and under the domination of the one which was Sauron's. So that's a description of the Nazgul from the Silmarillion. And there's also the story with Gorlim and so on. So there are definitely hints, even in this show, if you think back to Galadriel and Halbrand at the end of episode 8 in season 1. He also basically entered Galadriel's mind and showed her a lot of visions. They were back on the boat and so on. So we definitely know that Sauron can do something illusion-wise here. The tower is just really, really tall. I mean, it does not need to be hit at the top. You could just hit the foundation of the tower with like a rock or something from these siege weapons, and then the tower collapses. And I'm not sure what the illusion will then do when the tower in reality collapses. So there's that. And that's kind of a huge risk in my opinion, because Sauron does not know how long it takes to make those rings and how safe the tower will be. You could say maybe he can estimate that the siege weapons from the other side of the river won't reach the tower. That's possible in my opinion, but still, does he really know how many siege weapons and how powerful the siege weapons of Adar are? I'm not so sure about this, to be honest. And further, another fact is that he knows Adar or the orcs will at some point enter the city. What happens then when they enter the city? Will they just not look in this big fancy forge tower where Celebrimbor lives in? Like, he might be very, very busy at some point, and it might be too difficult to hold up then the illusion if he maybe has to fight against orcs or whatever, or to deal with Adar and so on. So I don't fully see that he could have upheld the illusion and everything would work. And this is something, even though I like this section, which it feels a bit constructed, to be honest, simply because Sauron can't know how long it takes for him to make those rings, for one. For the other way, if Sauron at this point, Like, the whole plan makes no sense in the show, to be fair. And another problem is, of course, for Sauron, even though, like I said, he can't guarantee that the tower is pushed, is not destroyed. The problem is there's this army attack here at the same time. So far, we don't know why Halbrand wanted Adar to attack Eregion. Wouldn't it be much better if, I mean, he just said, I go spying there and then I tell you something, but he could basically predict Sauron that Adar will come for Eregion at some point. I think that was kind of his plan. So why create this pressure? Wouldn't it be better to have no pressure at all in Eregion and then have basically all the time in the world to make those 9 rings, and this will guarantee, like, you will have enough time guaranteed, if that makes sense. Wouldn't that be better? So far, I don't see why Adar needs to attack Eregion. And of course, you could say from a writing perspective, this creates urgency. But since this conflict is so constructed, in my opinion, it creates a false urgency to create those rings, or some time pressure to put some speed, some pacing, to increase the pacing basically a bit. So they have to make haste, because this show has so many writing problems that also in this scene it is clear, completely clear from the beginning, he will make those rings in time, and they will be done and it will work because it is written in the screenplay. Like I said, it doesn't feel like it's really a natural thing. Also, I think, Great Griever, you just missed a space after a day. Yeah, they might do whatever they want. It becomes difficult to read all your messages. My entire conversation regarding this. Also, Morsi, nice to see you. You didn't like that? Well, it was a strange episode. Let's put it that way. The pressures for the audience in universe, it's silly. Yeah, maybe, but even for the audience, I don't feel any pressure because I know he will finish his rings in time. I feel there's no urgency, even though they pretend there is one, but everything is so constructed and artificially that I feel, yeah, he will make those rings in time, no problem at all, because it's in the screenplay. You know what I mean? Like, it feels fake, the urgency. It feels too constructed, too forced. And when something is too forced, it's not real. Like, I can't immerse myself into the show and think, oh no, will he really make those rings in time? How is he going to do that? Because the show is so badly written that I think, well, they will just made up a way and it will work. I think the biggest giveaway from this year is that Celebrimbor, and that was something we need to slowly get into the direction of. Is figuring out, and then he knows that he's Sauron, and then Sauron forces him to make those rings. It's terrible. It messes up more than the bot wants from you. That, like, the bot is stupid. That's the problem. If you write a sentence and you make a full stop, a dot. And then after the dot, you forgot the space. Then the bot will automatically, the bot thinks you posted a link because the bot does not check top level domains. Like it doesn't check if, I don't know what you, where you missed the thing. Yeah, you basically wrote, I do daily shorts every day, full stop, for the last 2 years. Day, full stop, 4, he thought is a domain. He doesn't check if 4 is really a top level domain that exists. As a result, it thinks it's a link, and then it does it like this. It's a bit unfortunate that the bot is so stupid, but it helps me quite a bit, because I can, with the bot would allow me to give people permissions to post links, and I think that's sometimes useful. My son on the phone again. Okay. Also, Emil is here. They haven't done the stranger reveal yet. Yeah, there will be next episode. I know this for a fact. Not that he will. I don't know if his identity will reveal, but I know from the footage we got that next episode, like the preview footage, that the stranger plotline will be there. That I know already. I mean, it's not a big surprise because we still had some vision and stuff. It would be strange if they would reveal this in season 3. It makes no sense. Then this plotline would make absolutely no sense. Okay, so Anatawa's explosion in the background's our next picture. So Anata has now to see what is going on and kind of freestyle his way through things. Let me just see what the last sentence is. The rings of power are nearly complete, he says before. Then Anata smiles a bit. How long, it says. It says, well, what is another few days to perfect something that shall last forever? It will be a sad occasion, he says. Isn't unfortunate when you are done. I've enjoyed our time together. It was fun. All things must end. That is true. A pity, is it not? It's interesting that Kilibimo doesn't answer because he knows something might be wrong. Then we see the scene here, the explosion. And Anata has to convince basically the elves in Eregion that Kilibrimbo, like he plays a lot of people or tricks a lot of people here. Which is quite interesting. Next we see then Adar. Very curious if he says something. It is time, he says. Okay, I remember this scene. Yeah, I also had to think of the Matrix, to be honest. The battle scenes were very cool. Asteroid TV, welcome. Yeah, I agree. Most of it I also quite liked. We'll come to this later, I guess. So yeah, the mouse, I did not expect, we have seen the mouse already in the last... We discuss the mouse later, but yeah, we have seen it already, and I did not expect it to be a plot device, to be honest. So Adar says outside, it is time, while Sauron walks around. And what does he mean with this? We figure it out in a moment. This we also might discuss a little bit. But yeah, here we have our friend Adar. Talks to an orc. His orc catapult master. Not sure if he has a name. I know that people want to discuss the interesting stuff. Hard to tell. Like I would be so mad if they create the One Ring in the other season, chat. Like in this season still. Completely hasty and so on. That would be... I would hate this. So the guy on the catapult's name is Zor. Z-H-O-R. It is spelled. Played by Kai Martin. What I like about the orcs, I have to admit that you have a lot of named orcs in this, and you can kind of... You know them by now. You have seen them a few times and so on. So that is, I think, very cool. Because they put so much effort and work into this that you can differentiate the orcs. Oh, I think I already saved this here. Humanizing orcs would mean that orcs were never human or human-like. That is not true. So I wouldn't say they are humanizing the orcs. I would say they simply depict them. And I think that's definitely something I like about this show. Some people think that orcs are just basically puppets or something, meat puppets that can be killed or slain. But that is not correct. Orcs were... orcs in the latest version of Tolkien that about the origin story of the orcs were once men. So orcs are literally men. For Interest of Variety just dropped an article on the Nielsen rating. What are the Nielsen ratings? Rings of Power came at second with a decline from the first series. I mean from first season. It's different though between a monkey and between an orc though. Like where do you... Like orcs can talk to each other. Orcs sometimes also don't like to go to war and want to desert. There are precedences for all of this in Tolkien's book. And the reason why Tolkien said that orcs can't be made out of subterranean heat and slime is because he made them to human-like. As a result, he had to transform an existing race of entities into orcs, which he used for humans. Like, I don't even want to debate this. I debated this now 5,000 times every stream. In Tolkien's works, orcs are not always, but definitely sometimes portrayed very human-like, and the show continues this tradition. Claiming that this is not the case is factually wrong. If you want a proof of that, I recommend get your copy of The Lord of the Rings out, and I just tell you the chapter that you read because I read it here like 5 times already in streams. And you can go into it read it and make your own judgment of this, if you agree or not. But I can definitely see, like, there are a lot of things you can criticize and so on, but this is, in my opinion, nothing. It's chapter 10, The Choice of Master Samwise Gamgee. And you find it, of course, in the last book of Two Towers. So it's literally the last book of Two Towers. You know, in the order and events is a bit different in the movies, but it's a different topic. So I can recommend this whole chapter. It's a chapter, it's readable. Else, if you really want to know, let me just see how far is in the chapter. 1 page, 2 page, 3 pages, 4, 5. Let's say around 7 pages before the chapter ends, maybe a bit more depending on how many words are a page. You will find this. Wait, I could in theory, even if you have the 50th anniversary edition, I can even give you give the side number. For people interested, it might be interesting. But I'm kind of tired of this discussion because there's so much to discuss. This is none of the discussions to have right now. It's page 737. The Choices of Master Samwise Gamgee. Roundabout. In this chapter. There it starts. I don't care what you think, how Tolkien uses the word orc or orcish. He uses this like the idea is that they were demons, kind of, in the etymology of the word. But like I said, you just read the chapter. They behave very human-like. They don't like their big bosses. They maybe like the elves less. But I discussed this now for, I don't know, like, I know it's an interesting discussion, don't get me wrong, but we had this for, I don't know how many, like, in the stream where we saw the orc family, we discussed this in quite a bit of detail. That's maybe a better point. That's a good point, Stanley. Maybe we should criticize Peter Jackson for bad orc portrayal. Yeah, maybe that. I missed the start of the show. How would you rate the episode? That's actually a good question. I have no idea. It will be tough. It will be really tough to rate this episode. So the teleporting gets definitely 1 point. I would subtract a point. Maybe we make a... How did you like episode 7, season 2? Oh, so it was episode 7. Make a poll really quick in chat. How did you like episode 7, season 2 of Rings of Power? I just write RoP. I liked it. I was okay. Let's say that's the neutral answer. Good, neutral. I did not like it. That's the bad answer. I'm just very curious how people here in chat like the stuff. I can just give you 3 options. I can't make more than 4 options, and 4 is also a stupid number for rating this. So out of 5, or maybe, yeah, you have to think about this for Sunday when I have to rate the show, the episode. I maybe would give it 3.5 or something. I would actually rate it quite high. Do you think the orcs in Rings of Power are more lore accurate than the Peter Jackson ones? It's also a good question. I would say for the most part, yes. Out of 5. 3.5 out of 5. Like you could something like this. Maybe a 4 out of 5. I'm not 100% sure yet. I have to think a bit about this. Yeah, we even discussed the potential orc redemption and so on. Maybe even a 4. I would say it's one of the better episodes, though there's some stuff that I really dislike. For example, the orcs here in the show, especially in season 1, the orcs in sunlight would consistently burn and had to hide. Peter Jackson often ignores this at least a little bit here and there. Sometimes he shows that the orcs can burn in sunlight sometimes, or suffer in sunlight, sometimes not. Of course, there are also the Uruk-hai in the Peter Jackson films later, which don't like sunlight, but at least they don't burn. This is a bit stronger here. And yeah, I think the portrayal here of the orcs is a bit more differentiated. So I would say Rings of Power portrays them a bit better, while in Peter Jackson films they're often just there to be slaughtered in sometimes strange ways. Especially in the Hobbit films, like it's very extreme. Yeah, there were some scenes where like in the books, a huge dark cloud is following them. I think there was a scene in the films as well, but Peter Jackson didn't do this, or the people who made the Peter Jackson films didn't do this very consequently over the films. I mean, there were also trolls and stuff, and trolls get to turn to stone when they get in contact with sunlight. It's not only the orcs, of course. I think here it's a bit exaggerated. I would agree on this. In the show. Let's see, chat. Yeah, said I kind of agree. This episode produced the most negative reactions for myself, although it was technically one of the best episodes and had some amazing moments. It was for me counterbalanced by the negatives. Yeah, that's kind of. I think this will be a divisive episode depending on how you balance it, right? Like for me, if I watch these episodes, I often feel like, yeah, just ignore everything you know about Lord of the Rings, and then it's okay. So I can see that this episode makes people really angry on one side, but I can also see that some people might give it a 5 or a 4 out of 10 or something. Let's try. Does somebody have the orc sunlight quote? I think we talked about this in season 1 in a stream, but I can't fully remember the quote. I think they don't start burning the orcs, of course, but it definitely had an impact on them. Maybe a topic for its own video, kind of. What are we discussing? Yeah, next scene we should discuss. I forgot the name of the elf captain, though. He has a name, but I forgot. We can look it up, maybe. But yeah, that's what we're currently discussing. We had a short discussion about orcs again. Yeah, I'm very curious what they do with Arondir. My biggest fear is that they don't know what to do with the character and just kill him off. I think we have not seen him fully dead. He was lying injured on the ground, so he might survive. Yeah, also I hope they continue with Arondir. Yeah, I assume he's not dead yet, but who knows? In this show, you never know because it's sometimes weird. But when Elrond and Galadriel kiss, probably the most visceral reaction I've got to the show. Yeah, I can imagine that. But yeah, great Dubo, I agree. Arondir is also a character I really like. He's the most elvish character in the show, kind of. Yeah, the Tolkien fans are very divided when it comes to the show, for sure. A little Kingsfall and Arondir is fine. That would be funny. Let me just look up the name of the character. Promise. Where is my X-ray? It is called Commander Malendol. Is his name. I had Bronwyn down the Nazgul. So many Nazgul characters there. But yeah, I don't mind to portray some of the orcs. It's not like that every orc in the show is portrayed human-like, but some are, and I think that is fine with the books. That is interesting, this show. Looking at currently at the poll, we have had some votes going here in. So thank you for participating. Yeah, so how did people like the show? I liked it, so the good option, 47%. I did not like it, 42%, and it was okay, 9%. So either people really liked the episode, or they did not like the episode. That's a very interesting result, I have to admit. So very divisive. And I can totally see why, so it's not a surprising thing. What has Spear and Luthien to do with it? I assume because there shouldn't be that many relationships between men and elves. And Beren and Luthien is something very special. Of course, there's also Idril and Tuor, though Tuor later becomes an elf, so I'm not sure if that counts even, but on paper, yes. As a result, then we have, what's her name, Mithrelas, and this proto-prince of Dol Amroth, and that's basically it. So it happens from time to time, but it's very rare. So to kind of prevent this from happening and to become then also immortal in a strange way, I think that's what is meant here with the comparison to Beren and Luthien, like a twisted way, of course. After Celebrimbor's redemption scenes, yeah, I think Adar will definitely die this season. I don't see a way of him surviving. He's in the way of Sauron. Sauron needs a crown. Adar won't help Sauron in any shape or form. I mean, I feel like I have to read now the quote again. So we can maybe read the quote again, where two orcs talk about deserting. Basically, in the Lord of the Rings, that's what Tolkien wrote in a published book that he published during his lifetime, and it sounds like the following: "You should try being up here with Shelob for company," said Chagrad. "I would like to try somewhere where there's none of them. But the war's on now, and when that's over, things may be easier." "It's going well, they say." "They would," grunted Gorbak. "We'll see, but anyway, if it does go well, there should be a lot of room. What would you say if we get a chance? You and me slip off and set up somewhere on our own with a few trusty lads, somewhere where there's good loot, nice and handy, and no big bosses." "Ah," said Chagrad, like old times. "Yes," said Gorbak, "but don't count on it. I'm not easy in my mind. As I said, the big bosses, his voice sank almost to a whisper. Even the biggest can make mistakes. Something nearly slipped, you say. I say something has slipped, and we've got to look out. Always the poor Uruks to put slips right and small things. But don't forget, the enemies don't love us any more than they love him. And if they get topsides on him, we're done too. But see here, when were you ordered out?" "About an hour ago, just before you saw us. A message came. Nazgul uneasy. Spies feared on stairs. Double vigilance. Patrol to head of stairs. I came at once." "Bad business," said Gorbak. "See, here's our silent watchers were uneasy more than 2 days ago. That I know." And so on and so forth. So, this little dialogue scene, I think, it's a very iconic scene in the Lord of the Rings book, in my opinion. And there's even more of these two talking and so on. So you can definitely see the orc stuff. Tolkien did not do this very often in the book, to be fair, because the orcs are not always like a focus. But here we have like a scene between two orcs talking to each other. As a result, like, they're definitely thinking about getting away from Sauron and all this stuff, but they know they can't that easily, and it has consequences for them, and maybe they can't even leave the will of Sauron. But here in the show, it is this way, that Sauron is not the Dark Lord right now. He's Sauron, of course, he's powerful, but he has no control over the orcs yet. As a result, the orcs might have a little bit more free will than they later might have under Sauron. And even when they are under Sauron's will later, the orcs still think about this. that doesn't mean orcs are good people. Like, when orcs are free and live in peace, that means they go around and go looting, maybe rob some people, kill some people for sure. But that does not mean that they are meat puppets. Tolkien even has another interesting quote regarding this. And it is about basically if orcs should be granted mercy. This is what the elves consider wise in this thing here. But even before this wickedness of Morgoth, this is Morgoth's ring, by the way, but even before this wickedness of Morgoth was suspected, the wise in the Eldar taught always that orcs were not made by Melkor, and therefore were not in their origin evil. They might have become irredeemable, at least by elves and men, but they remained within the law. Tolkien later says they are almost irredeemable, but for elves and men, elves and men can't redeem orcs. That's what Tolkien wants to express here. That is, that though of necessity being the fingers of the hand of Morgoth, they must be fought with the utmost severity. They must not be dealt with in their own terms of cruelty and treachery. Captives must not be tormented, not even to discover information for the defense of the homes of elves and men. If any orcs surrendered and asked for mercy, they must be granted it, even at a cost. This was the teaching of the wise, though in the horror of the war, it was not always heeded. Tolkien has a footnote here also. Few orcs ever did so in the elder days, and at no time would any orc treat with any elf. For one thing Morgoth had achieved was to convince the orcs beyond refutation that the elves were crueler than themselves, taking captives only for amusement or to eat them, as orcs would do at need. So yeah, orcs potentially ate their captives when they were at need, but still it was considered wise to not treat orcs as things. So the whole humanizing orc thing, I think that was... there is some base for it. You should not overdo it, in my opinion, because orcs are in their nature evil entities or creatures, and as I said, they can't be redeemed, but it is not like they are meat puppets that can be just slain. That's a very physical or metaphysical stuff. So these are the quotes. I hope this settles this debate. I think I will read the same text next stream again, but I'm not sure why this topic is often happening so often. Orcs are like persons who leave a small sip of orange juice in the refrigerator. Yes, basically that. Evil persons. They're definitely evil, especially when there's a Dark Lord around, like Morgoth or later Sauron and so on. But in the show, things are a bit different, and I can kind of understand. Like, you have to see it like this. This one orc with a family, he is not a fan of the war, and he doesn't want to go to war, but he still does it, and he still follows the commands of Adar. And this is, I think, not a law inaccurate portrayal of the orcs. He does still evil things, but you can definitely see this entity once was also human in a way. Of the stranger. I like the Harfoots and the stranger, but I don't like the plot. That's how I would describe it. I like the actors and they're interacting with each other and they give some light-heartedness to the show here. That's sometimes very also getting dark, especially in these War of Eregion events for sure. I don't like the plotline of it, but that's a topic for a different stream. So let us continue here now that we have discussed all the orc details, because otherwise I will never get through this show here if we just discuss everything. Orcs are the type use the last of the toilet tissues and then knowingly not replacing the empty roll. That's some next level evil, yes, like that. Also that Clive will betray Adar at the end because he's not better than Morgoth? Maybe. Here we get orcs are evil. No, that goes too far, chat. I just want to move on. So, what screen is even on the screen? So we see Mirdania, forgot the name again, something with an M. Malendol. And Anatar. And basically, Anatar does something very smart here in this scene. I kind of like this scene because, as said, he has a lot of trickery to come back to the trickery of Sauron. And Sauron made the other people believe that Celebrimbor is absolutely crazy, currently. And he's not master of his own senses, in a way. And so on, and has to work on this, and then after this, he can maybe recover from all this. Excuse me. And so he basically comes down and says, I'm not even sure if that's true. He says the river will protect us. Every moment we remain idle, more elves die. So the captain is not happy, commander is not happy with his answer. And then Anatar says something very smart. He says, and that is why we are not going to obey him. He says basically, this guy is crazy. We have to take it in our hands to defend the city. He of course leaves out that the city is only attacked because of him, and him manipulating Adar to attacking Eregion. This part he leaves out, to be honest. However, with this power move, he gets, like Anatar definitely gets the trust of these guards further, and people, even Mirdania, trusts him. What I would say was even, like he definitely trusts Anatar. I think that was pretty cool. I have to admit, this scene was actually, well, this section was well written, I would even say. This kind of worked quite well for me. Then he talks to Mirdania and forgot what they say. Oh yeah, then he noticed that the fire of the siege weapon has stopped. And then he says, I take the command of our defenses, and the commander says, Valar bless you, my lord. Let's read the dialogue here pretty quick. That's why we're not going to obey him. Rumbling explosion. Gather your finest troops. I'm taking command to our defenses. And what I'm telling him, Celebrimbor's mind is gone, he says, basically. He's completely crazy. And so on. So... You've proven your quality. Isn't that something that also Denethor and Faramir was saying? I'm not sure if Glub is an orc. Sounds like more like a goldfish. I will see that it come duly rewarded. What is it? The siege engines has stopped. This now kind of happened, and people are still fleeing in the background. Siege engine stop. No, that was wrong. And they go check this part. Very interesting. And yeah, Sauron knows what this basically means. They turn these siege engines around. The orcs stop shooting at the city. And then we have this weird shot. So that we definitely need to discuss. There are two Denethors. Yeah, I mean the second Denethor. Rip Celebrimbor, yeah. Yeah, definitely that man of quality quote was from Lord of the Rings. Yeah. So I think there's a little reference here. And yeah, then he lets the soldiers prepare for ground defense. Remember that scene as well. And then they shoot these small rocks against the mountains surrounding. Against the mountains, and yeah, to basically stop the to basically create a dam. We have to talk about that because that I felt was so weirdly portrayed. Like very weird portrayal. It looks a bit like in the Coyote cartoon with Wile E. Coyote or something, and the rock, like it's it's kind of cartoonish. I don't know what the thought process behind that particular rock was, but it felt wrong. Well, let me show you this scene. Did you also see this particular scene and thought, are they kidding me? Yeah, it also seems like they have some sort of gunpowder or something. That's attacking from the north. But how what is the exact first of all, welcome Tarilenion Maranwe. What is the reasoning behind this conclusion? The writing regarding Sauron's deception strongly improved compared to season 1. Almost as if Anatar has a higher persuasion skill than Halbrand. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Sam told Faramir he showed his quality. Exactly. It was a cool scene. Very iconic as well. What am I looking at? Yeah, this there's a rock in the mountains that has this little rock. And that I find very strange. You know what I mean? Like, there's this little rock blocking this massive. Oh, you can't see it. Now, there's this little rock holding this massive rock here. And I think it's stupid. Like, what is this? Like, this. Who set this up? Wile E. Coyote or something? Just, these are the rocks shot by the catapults. Also, look how far away this is. As if the catapults can throw rocks this far. Like, if they would be able to hit this thing up here from below, I don't know where they're standing, down here, they should have maybe start shooting at these walls to destroy them, because then they would have, like, enormous firepower. This was wild to me. I mean, the place here of this city, it's impossible to say where it is actually, because it must be close to the Misty Mountains. I assume this here are the Misty Mountains in the background. It could also be some random landscape nonsense, I'm not sure. I've given up with maps and Rings of Power, to be honest. Having looked at their maps and compared it to how the river is shown, it starts about 60 minutes into the review video. I still don't understand why the city needs to be moved. Like, it's... You mean the other map? Let me see if I find the map. Is there another map, Tar Elen? Like, I can't now watch a video of Nerd of the Rings. Here, you mean this map? Where's the other map though? Can you is this in this episode? Is it in a previous episode or something? I'm definitely interested, but I'm currently in the live stream and I can't just watch I don't know, a 20-minute video of Nerd of the Rings, you know? That's my problem. So I need kind of a summary. Episode 2, you can know. A previous episode 2 or something, okay. I don't even remember that in this thing here there is some map stuff usually. No, that was season 1. I for sure would have called it map, I think. So I just search for map and switch this here to a bigger thing. It was this map. This was episode 4. This map here. Previously, Lord of the Rings compared this. I mean, the maps are always nonsensical, to be honest. So the question is, it seems like Lord of the Rings seem to have made the conclusion that they moved things around. And currently it's quite difficult for me to understand this. Why would they, like, why not? How did he come to this conclusion? Episode 5. Try to make a different screenshot because Eregion, I don't even see this on this map, to be honest. I have no idea where they moved this, where they moved Eregion to. The map is just so weird. So I made a new screenshot from the episode 4 map. That's how it looks. I moved it, it's the earliest I can find. I can't see, like, there's Mislond as a little dot here, if that's one of the maps. Oh, Schnack is also here. Welcome, nice to see you. Oops, that's wrong. So here we have Mislond. Here's Eregion somewhere. This map here is one of the. This map is what do you call it in German? Gestaucht. Like, it's, the distances are completely wrong on this map. Also, here's the bridge transition that they do. Like, Eregion if we compare this to the actual second H map, that is somewhat correct. Ostinidil would be here. If we now go back to the map, Ostinidil would be somewhere here, I think. The problem is I try to make sense out of the maps and the stuff in season 1 as well, and it made no sense because the cardinal directions and the position of the sun is always wrong. So even if you try to make a conclusion out of it, it's, I think, pretty pointless because the maps don't make any sense. Like, they don't care about the map. Like, on paper, Ostinidil is here. And Khazad-dûm would be here. Something like this. This is the official position of this thing. The problem is Ostinidil doesn't even exist in the show. They don't have the rights to use the name or whatever. Yeah, it's on the same side as the West Gate. Here's an old street that goes to Khazad-dûm that you can follow from Ostinidil. Episode 2, 16 minutes 35. Placed it south of the Glanduin. Episode 2. So you mean in season... Do you mean season 1, episode 2? Or season 1, episode 2, or season 3, episode 2? Maybe you mean the Gilgalad map. Isn't there a map on the table or something? Okay, there is, for example, I could imagine that you mean this map. Then we would have to read the Tengwa on the map. Map episode 2. Let us see. So here, Eregion is not even on the map. But in episode 2, we have the... Maybe you mean this map here? So here, it's here on the map. This is Eregion. This is an E, this is an R. This is another E. Yeah, Eregion. Yeah, that's Eregion. I assume this is Khazad-dûm then here on this thing here. I'm not sure how the U looks, to be honest, but could be okay. No problem. I was determined to figure this out and wondered an episode. The question is, where is the other map then? That, like here on this map, like this is not a map. Like, it's not a dot on the map. This is like a huge picture of Eregion, which is very nice. And they put it where I would also, like, usually Eregion would be here, kind of. And they made this huge picture. So it could be anywhere between this bend thing here on the river and the Misty Mountains. So it could anywhere here. Yeah, it's always, of course, derailing me a bit. South of the Glanduin. But where comes the conclusion from that it's now south? I don't... The thought process behind, I would love to understand. I mean, like I said, the maps in the show make 0 sense. So let me see. $16 is the times. Okay, I think I have to look into the video then. So maybe I think she will show the map. Oh, chat, it's just so complicated sometimes. So it's his episode 7 breakdown. 1635. Okay, there is a map. Question is in which. Ah, okay. That is in season 1. Very strange. But like I said, the whole Eregion map stuff is complete nonsense. The question is, which episode is a map? Here it is, I found it. Season 1 map. Eregion. So I found what he means. This is a map from season 1. This is episode 2, season 1. As Maranwe has said correctly. And you see, this is supposed to be Eregion. And here it looks like, if Khazad-dûm is here, that Eregion is south of the river. So this would mean that Adar, if this map is correct, would need to attack basically from the north. I think that is what he means, right? Very, very strange. Like, this is the Glanduin. If we go to an actual map that is somewhat thing, here's the Glanduin. Here would be in this curve, we have this place, then there's this pass that goes to Khazad-dûm. Very interesting. I think we discussed, I can't remember. I think we discussed that the position of Eregion here on this map, if we ever discussed it in a stream, maybe we did, I'm not sure. It definitely is wrong. Ostinizil, the capital should be here. Rivendell is up here, further up here quite a bit. But yeah, also close to the Misty Mountains, and it's founded in the Second Age. Rivendell. That's wrong. Where's my correct map, chat? It's not here on this one. Take a Third Age map, there it is. Imladris. Here's Imladris. It's founded in the Second Age, though. And is there anything to say about it? It happens after the war with the orcs and with Sauron and the orcs in the Second Age. So around this time, Rivendell is founded, actually. So yeah, that happens. It has to do with the conflict in Eregion. So here it's south. That would mean if we now switch the images, let me just switch the images. Here we have the map. So here is we know from this episode that this is actually the, what do you call it, Lager from Adar. So the camp of Adar, that's where Arondir will find Galadriel later. If this is north, then I assume this here is supposed to be Eregion or something, right? Or maybe here it starts. So there's no forest. This map is really strange, to be fair. But I would assume this is the river, and somewhere north of the river is this thing here. If we now go to the Eregion screenshot that we talked about a moment ago, here we can actually see it much better. Then this would mean that this bridge here, if we compare it to this map, would be here. And this bridge would actually lead south. Would this make sense, chat? So this here would be north. And this would be west, right? This bridge could be north of, yeah. And in the back, no, that would not really work. Even though this should be north, the back of the city here is, this should be west. It makes no sense. It's not this bridge. It must be the bridge on the other side then. Otherwise it doesn't work, right, chat? Or it should be a bridge going here. I don't know, chat. It makes literally this whole Eregion stuff makes just absolutely zero sense. Well, we have to go to a previous episode. I think it's episode 5 where we see the army at the end or something. No, we don't see it from here. Kind of tough to find good Eregion shots. I only have that one. That would have go to season 1. I had the feeling Elrond is coming from the south, as in the north there's so much open space for all the horses. Maybe the answer lies within this episode itself. Yeah, there is an answer to this question. We have a cardinal direction. So chat, there's actually this scene, which is sunrise. This is east. This direction must be east. Which is strange, because east, from the perspective of this thing, from the city, is where the Misty Mountains are. So here, this should be the Misty Mountains. Because they are east on the map. See, here's the east, sun goes up, comes from here. They placed Ost-Inysil, I don't know, somewhere here. The problem is, on the other map, it's placed differently. Mountains is mountains in rare. Huh. So here comes the horse. Let me just see this scene here unfold. No, I think there's no conclusion possible, chat. I mean, it's always difficult in film to have the sun direction correct, because it sometimes takes a while to make these shots. Let me just get the next screenshot. That's the arrow, my mistake. So what you see here is, chat, this bridge had two bridges, I think. It's hard to tell if this is the east bridge or not. But you see the light is coming from here. That's a better shot of this scene. Here you see it. You see the sun is coming from here. That means... yeah, this would actually mean this bridge goes north. Kind of. Let's say northeast. It's really strange. Now we'll discuss the battle later. Or never, but... oh, you forgot to... you had a dot in your thing. Flat dot did. before it was flat, did Tolkien ever say Elendil flies his ship from the east? You mean Earendil, the star? I would still say there are cardinal directions, kind of, even before the world was. Like, as long as the sun comes from the doors, there are gates of morning in the east, and it leaves the world when the world is flat in the doors of night in the evening in the west. So the cardinal directions of the sun are at least correct in Middle Earth, even when the world is flat. Hard to tell. A lot of stuff here could be CGI, don't get me wrong. But it is actually an interesting point. Like, are these the Misty Mountains? Because here somewhere must be east. And this, from this perspective, if that is east, this means this bridge is facing roundabout north. And then this map we had here, it would be correct. So this is the position of Ostinithil in the show, it seems. But that makes no sense from the perspective of Adar then. That's a really weird thing. Like, interestingly, from the CGI perspective, it's correct. You see the mountains here would be east, sunrise is here somewhere, the bridge goes north, kind of, maybe in this direction or whatever. And for this to work, because if Ostinithil would have the correct position on the map, the bridge should go south. But it goes north. Tolkien saw this adaptation, he would ask for his rings back. No, potentially. So then his descendants would have to pay the money back, I guess, and that's not gonna happen. But it's really strange, all things considered, that Ostinithil is here. I've shown you the other map from season 2. And here it's very hard to see, but here it looks more north of the river. I mean, it could also be south of the river, but it's definitely strange. Also, welcome Witch King. I'm not even sure if you're still there. You maybe gave up. Cities teleport. But when was a city not positioned? Like, what I don't understand, Elenion, like I said, I haven't seen the whole video. I'm still here. Nice. And what I don't get, like, this would imply that the city moved around. But in which episode was the city at a different position? Like, on the official map of Tolkien, Ostinithil would be in a different position, but it seems in the show it really is. I mean, okay, there is one image where actually things get confusing. Let me just search for the screenshot. I think I have to make it, unfortunately. There's a scene where Arondir follows. And that is an episode I've forgotten which episode it was. I found it. It's very dark, unfortunately. That's actually very funny, chat. That's so funny. Okay. Here would say the city teleported. I would assume. But on the... just... which episode is this? Episode 4 is this, from season 2. Map episode 4. Also, thank you for... Wow. What is going on with Straight Out of the Shire? You just gifted 10 subs to people? Wow. Thank you so much for your generosity. And I feel like I'm making bad content right now because I'm too focused on a very unimportant detail. But if we go to this map, you remember this map from episode 4, I think I said. I make it a bit brighter so you can actually see something, or I'll make it quite a bit brighter. So here's Eregion, and Eregion is just, this area is called Eregion. And you see it's completely different from the other map. And you see this line here, it goes through the forest and it moves past the river. And kind of indicating that Ostinivir, or the city of Celebrimbor, is north of the river. But nothing in the show kind of indicates that. Yeah, Eregion is a region, yeah. It's a region. Yeah, not bad. Eregion, a region. I like. Well played. I still can't believe that you just gifted 10 subs, man. That's so generous. Like, wow. That's a good quote. That's a good quote, Witch King. Because it definitely shows that there's always also a kind of a business side of things. No, this is cash. 250 million for a signature is a lot of cash. So that's a really good quote. Yeah, the estate made cash. 250 million just for the rights. Maybe they negotiated some extra and had to pay more. I'm not sure. We don't know this in detail. But that's not the problem of the Tolkien estate of Tolkien. That's a problem of Amazon to make the money back. Where for nerding, that is true. So, but you get the point. So I think this is where this moved around, but it's not on the map. You know? The only thing I could think, chat, you see this symbol here. Let us, okay, chat. We have to uncover what is going on we have to use all nonsense available to us. We have to zoom in. Because I think it is consistent, because look at this. Do you see this little... Wait, I can't zoom in more. It becomes difficult to zoom in further in OBS at a certain point. So I have to... getting this to normal size again. But do you see this here? This object here is a marker. This is not... Let me just repeat this. This is a marker on the map. This is not a tree or a forest part, I think. Because there are no other forest parts that look exactly like this. I think this is a marker for location. Do we have any other locations on the map? No. Unfortunately not. Here is the Mirror, I assume. Lothlorien. There's no marker for Khazad-dûm though, but it might be visually blocked or something. Hard to tell. Maybe here or something. I'm not sure. I think this is a marker. So even on this map, they are south of the river. Here is also like some mountain ranges, so it could be here in this area, kind of. So what this map implies is, like I thought when I saw this map and didn't zoom in this much, that this line here that we are following, sorry for the, I hope you don't get dizzy here. This line here goes directly to Eregion over this. Maybe the person who made this also didn't really think too much about this. He says, we need a line as soon as possible that goes from down there to Eregion. He just said, yeah, here's Eregion, so we go over the river, we are somewhere here, right? I could imagine something like this. But in truth is that this marker here shows that the river is here. Very interesting. So Adar went over the river to attack from the other side. And that makes no sense, because then he has to cross a river. Interestingly, Gil-galad also says it is enclosed by two rivers. So for example, here, like if here would be a mountain or something, and Eregion would be here in this thing here, that would be perfect. It would be basically surrounded by rivers. And then Adar, if you want to attack, had to come from here, which would make more sense and would be what we see. But the cardinal directions of the bridge, the maps and everything indicate that, as Nerd of the Rings found out correctly, they are actually south of the river. For whatever reason, they are south of the Glenduin. And Adar could have just attacked Eregion without the river. You could say it's a tree. Okay, let's okay, chat. we have to now get the final tool. Is this a marker or a... Wait, is this a marker or a tree? Question mark. Marker. Tree. Okay, chat. Vote. If we are not sure, we have to make the vote. It's an end. Yeah, that would be a funny third option. But welcome, John. Nice to see you. The way they treat Gil-galad is so weird. Someone cue the gif of him shoving Aeglos from the prologue. Yeah. So I think I like him better. 60% marker. Mark my words, chat. Do we get 50-50? Maybe we get 50-50. But I'm honest with you, I think that's a marker because it's round about the same position as on the other map. Then the map would be at least consistent, and everything else just makes no sense. There could be a south mountain, you are right, of course. Maybe there's an additional river. I don't know. We can search for other markers in the meantime. Like when you see every other tree here looks not like this diamond-shaped square thing, like this 90-degree. Like it's very distinctive, to say the least. All the other things look like weird things, you know. Everything does not like this. This looks too perfect, and it's completely closed. I think the closest we have is this one here. Or this one here. So this could also be a marker, kind of. But this is alone next to the river and where the city might be on the other map. So I think that's the marker. Where's the second river? I have no idea. Okay, 64% say it's a marker. I hope it's not too boring for you people. It must be. But yeah, it's weird. It just is very weird. I'm not gonna lie. Here on this map, as said, I can try to zoom in a bit more, chat. Oh no. Why do I have a window capture in this here? I don't know, whatever. I think that's an O. Yeah, it must be an N then. Eregion. I think that's Eregion. I have to now add a lot of members to the to the credits. So yeah, welcome everyone. But it's really crazy, chat. Like, this is the only map I can currently think of. I think somewhere there's another map, but I don't think we see Eregion on it. Kalinardon. Minhiriath, I think, is this. Something like that. Maybe that's the one. Hard to tell. We even have this road here. Here is Londire. And so on and so forth. But it's weird, isn't it, chat? Like, look at this. Here on Khazad Dûm, there's this little symbol here on this map. And here, there's a symbol as well. So I assume on this map, or the capital Eregion is placed north of the river again. So here it wandered. It seems like the map makers in the show or in the world, however you want to interpret this, couldn't decide if the city is north or south of the river. It's very strange. So that's definitely something where I would say, yeah. Such a weird show. There's one thing I want to check. That's a tip of the iceberg. It's an interesting detail, though. But I feel like the CGI, what we see, is definitely... let me just undo the zooming here. Let me just get the screenshot back from the first season. Because here it also looks like it's south of the river. But then why didn't... This makes no sense, right? We have one side, here we have the mountain. Then we have a river on this side, and there must be another river going around this here, because it's completely... Maybe it's not a river, maybe it's some kind of... what do you call this in English? Castle moat, castle ditch, something like this, you know what I mean? Maybe they put this here all around, else it simply doesn't work. And the bridge goes north over. If that is the case though, I mean he attacks from the bridge, but maybe there's another bridge and he attacks from here, but makes no sense. So like I said earlier, that's why I started stopping and looking in more detail into cardinal directions at some point covering the show, because it makes no freaking sense. Like it's a complete mess, simply. Mode, okay, awesome. No, I think since Matt made this video, I would not have noticed, because I stopped looking into cardinal directions at some point. It's his finding. Would be strange if I also now jump on the train and make a video that feels like stealing content or something. I didn't notice this because, yeah. I mean, if one thing Tolkien is definitely known for is his map, which are awesome, and he puts usually like a lot of effort into all of this. The intricate realism Tolkien intended, where geography and topography heavily influence the course of events. It's frustrating when army pops out of nowhere and from a possible direction, yeah. That's an interesting... It must be... There must be some like... This map here, there must be an, what do you call it, accident. But look at this here. Here's an I and an N. Do you think that at some point on this map, they wanted to write Ost in Edil here? And then they noticed, oh, we have to remove it because we can't use a name. And then they had to make it and forgot to remove the in here on the map? You know what I mean? Like, it's so strange that we have an I. Maybe it could be just, I don't know, an accident. But the I and the N doesn't look like a tree or anything even close to that. So it's just very unusual. Yeah, it came up to a different video. Don't worry, Witch King. I'm very happy that you are here, though. The rabbit hole goes deeper. Yeah, it's weird. However, yeah, for all people wondering where is Ost-Inithil, normally people on the maps of Tolkien, on the descriptions we have, I think it's not even 100% clear, but it's here in this, like you have these two curves, and then in this curve here might be Ost-Inithil. There's the little marker for it here on this map. Could get the Atlas of Middle-earth, which is for the most part a very reliable source. We just double check, chat, and I've got my copy. It's always a good stream if you get the Atlas of Middle-earth out. Oh, there's actually a detail that is lost here on this map. Let me see if I get this in the first age. No, here's it also missing. First age map maybe? That's also not here. The second age map it's hinted at. You can't see it here, but you see this little thing here. So the Glanduin, maybe that is what is causing the confusion, chat. So, theory. It's not on any other map of the Tolkien people here as well, but of course one of the most like Karen Wynne Fonstead. There are some mistakes in the atlas, and they are only in the atlas because Karen Wynne Fonstead didn't know better at her time when she made the atlas. The texts that you needed for reference were not out yet. As a result, some ideas she has unfortunately not correct. But this doesn't matter. Usually, like every time I look into this atlas and compare it to text and descriptions, I did this a few times. Every time I was surprised how accurate the work of her was. As a result, I would trust her here, and is, in my opinion, a very good source. However, here is actually a river, so the Glanduin continues here to this place here. The Glanduin goes here, and then there's another river that goes to Khazad-dûm, the so-called Gate Stream or Sirannon. And Ost-Inízil is here where the Sirannon and the Glanduin basically split. And interestingly, on these maps, you can't see it. Interestingly, on this map, we have it though. So this is the Glanduin, goes here, and here's the Sirannon. And Ost-Inízil should be here, be encompassed by these two rivers. And this is actually what Gil-galad says when he says, we don't need to worry about Eregion in one early episode. There are two, like when Galadriel says to him that there are two rivers around it and 10 feet thick wall or something like this. Oh yeah, right. It goes from Khazad-dûm into my bad. Yeah. It goes from Khazad-dûm. It hits it. They don't split. They meet. Yeah. The river doesn't flow into this direction. It flows from the mountains away, of course, to the ocean. My mistake. But thank you for the correction. That's, of course, important. But yeah, I assume originally it was planned to stay here. Maybe this circle? No, that's a tree. What river don't flow into mountains? Most, I think. However, yeah, Karen Wynne Fonstead marks Ost-Inízil here. So not here on this side, on the other side even. And then along the Sirannon, there is, and this you can read in the books as well. That's something I double checked already. So this way here is wrong. Maybe. No, it's definitely wrong. It should go on the north side of the river along to Khazad-dûm. This is how it should go. Here on this map, you can't see it, that the river splits here. Here it should split. Though here it's interesting, correct. Like if this symbol here, like this little symbol here, indicates that this is the location, and this is just the image that they draw to make the map more beautiful, then here on this map, Ost-Inízil is actually placed at the correct spot, which is very funny in my opinion. So now we go to the Beleriand mode. Let me double check because I'm curious. It's Lorien that's written, not Lothlórien. Now I get why it looked so wrong. I just was curious. This must be Lorien. Yeah. L, O, this is an R, I, E, Lori. Hä? What is this letter here? Lori. Oh no, it's not Lorien, it's Lorinant. This is a D. Nah, okay, I get it now. Okay, my mistake. I just said Lorien, Lorinant. This is an Lori. It's an N and an A. Two tabling poker in the stream. Awesome. I want the final table of a poker turn with 19k US dollars up top. 4-4 just folded to show a big stack. I have no idea about poker, by the way. Okay, I wish you the best of luck straight out of the Shire. And I guess it's also skill, of course, but I hope you win this. Win for the Shire. Yeah, it is supposed to be here, where this spot is. Or on the other map, here. Here's the city. So here should be the city. Interestingly, that's maybe something my mod... and I don't want to bother. Though it's correctly here as well. Here it's also correctly placed east of. The problem is the Ost-Inni-Wheel cuts off the rest of the Glanduin. Interestingly. And on the other maps... I think this is Siranon. The Glanduin should go into this direction. Doesn't maybe fit with the forest perfectly, whatever. Or maybe the river stream is here now covered by the Glanduin. Also a possibility. Yeah, this here could be the... I'm not sure. But yeah, it doesn't matter too much. On the second Age map, it's hinted at that there is... This is the Siranon. Here's even the pathway north of the river of the Siranon, and the Glanduin continues here. And even in the first episode, in episode 8, they talk about the Glanduin actually, when Elrond fishes this scroll out of the water. They say, hey, I found this in the Glanduin or something. So Adar is attacking from the south after all. I don't know. Because on this other map, Ost-Inni, like, it seems like this place here is south of the Glanduin as well. So it's not even in... It should be here. Or here. It's just so confusing, chat. Like, it makes no sense, unfortunately. It's very unfortunate, I think. Invi, thank you so much for your generosity as well. Much, much appreciated. What's going on today? Like, people are absolutely crazy here. I'm off for a bit. Maybe I'll check later again for a minute. Okay, I mean, it's very late, so I don't blame you. But, it is so weird, chat. So the mountains behind Eregion are not the Misty Mountains, though. The drawing of the city was misplaced, slip up. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't get it. It seems though it's south of it, and he attacks. And the problem is that this bridge here, if you look at the cardinal directions, you know that the sun comes east, so one of these bridges need to be northeast, so in this direction. Unfortunately, this is kind of what we see on the map. It's not perfectly northeast, don't get me wrong, but it's at least north. So he attacks from the north to the south instead directly from here, because this map doesn't show us. Why doesn't Adar attack from here? I mean, they could have this water thing and maybe they attack south because there's something missing. And here's a bridge as well. It makes no sense. Like then the cardinal direction of the sun is not fitting perfectly. Whatever. I think we should not look. I think Lord of the Rings is right, though. I'm not sure if he's right in the regard that they moved the city around. I think it was always here. Just this other map here seems to be more sophisticated than the other maps. TT is a minimum raise, cause shove by big blind is getting called anyway, and his defending range is full of combos. I dominate like 98 suited. New guy to my left, defended. Yes. But yeah, still thank you to all the people. I'm just confused. I have to sleep now. Thanks for talking maps. Yeah, Invi, no problem. Sleep well. I hope you still hear this. Maybe you continue tomorrow watching from here. Sorry, I'm a bit confused by all this stuff here. This really confuses me. Like, from the CGI, this position here seems to be the correct one that we see in the show all the time. It makes no sense. Like, you have to consider this. This river here, if we return to the other map now. Oh man, this stream is a catastrophe, I feel, but whatever. Here's the line. And you see the river is not splitting here on this map. So this is the Glanduin, and it just continues. This is, I assume, the Sirannon, and it's south of the Sirannon. Here on this map, the other river is so missing. They just pretend this is the Glanduin, but this map is wrong. There are two rivers here. Sirannon and the Glanduin would go here, and this, or maybe this is then the Glanduin, and the Sirannon would just go up here to Khazad-dûm. And then there would also be a pathway. But it seems if this is the Glanduin here, what they show us, then this here on this map, it's also south of it. But that would mean that he crosses this here. Then this map is missing a river technically. So he has to cross another river with his army and siege weapons to attack from the north. Please move on. I love you though. Yeah, I'm so sorry, man. We move on, you are right. The conclusion is, it's like, yeah, it's nonsense. There's not really any consistency in this here. So let us jump back to this nonsense. Here we see the bridge, by the way. And it also makes no sense. Like, oh man, it drives me crazy. Now this map story. In the area, that's maybe a good point by Sebastian Frodo. Siege weapons are built in the area or not. Yeah, definitely possible, because it would be weird if they would move them forward for almost 1,000 miles from Mordor. It's just a bit. So this bridge here, there should be another bridge behind this. This would go north, I assume. This is a bridge we later see, I would assume. I think there's another shot of Eregion somewhere in season 1 where you see 2 bridges. Question is, do we have a season? Do we see the guy here? Let me just check if I just currently try to find a shot of Eregion. No transition. I have to give up here. There is an Eregion shot in the season, chat. Aha. Maybe we just take a siege shot, right? From the siege episode. There's a camera flying thing. Okay, we take a siege shot. That is episode 6. Episode 7, episode 6. Last shot of episode is camera flying. No, we don't see. There's only one bridge, chat? Wasn't there? Just sometimes I hate myself for my pedantic nature. It's just... Okay, there is a second bridge, but it is very far away. Or is this bridge? It can't be, chat. It's impossible. Unfortunately, we don't see it, what I need to see, chat. Oh, Rosie's here. Welcome, nice to see you. Currently have fun with maps, kind of. Screw me. So this is a shot I got. I assume, though, this is a different bridge here on this side that we see. completely different one. But there seems to be a second bridge, if this is Eregion. The other bridge is here on this side. I can't see it. I didn't find a screenshot where we see both bridges. Found it. Here's the double bridge. This is the bridge we see in the show. This is the other bridge on the other side. Very strange. Here it's not clear if this is like a river or not. Let me just see, which episode is this? This is episode 2. I left the stream to get married, had kids, put them through college, retired, came back, and you're still on the maps. Yeah, sorry, Great Griever. You're the only guy who does live streams this long. It's pretty great. I ain't complaining. You are the only people who care to talk about stuff this long. Yeah. I mean, it has to do with me being very slow, not preparing, and so on. So even making the screenshots live. But yeah, it's wild. This really confuses me. I also feel like here, Eregion, look at Eregion here. Do you notice something? Eregion has no walls. That's also actually very, very strange. Like, Eregion definitely changed over the seasons. See here, it has also very little wall power. And here suddenly walls covering. So the wall was added at some point to Eregion. That also I never noticed. Eregion, episode 5, season 2. Very strange. Here's another shot. Like here you see Eregion has walls everywhere. We don't even see the bridge here. Never noticed that, chat. That's kind of wild. Like, look at this screenshot here. You see no walls at all here on this thing here. Like, it's completely wallless. Very wild. Would not have guessed that they changed it so much. But okay, let's come back to the show. Now we have walls. 1,000 years passed, not just for mortals. Well, that is true. Yeah, like in these shots that I showed you of Eregion, Eregion is completely encompassed by river or by water. The question is, how does the river actually flow? And it's hard to tell. We will look into this, I think, in a moment, because else the stream will take forever, and we don't want that. I don't want that. You want that? I don't want that. It's also an interesting shot because the orcs can't do going around at daylight. That's also another shot from earlier. Man. Get it back. There's also this shot where this projectile flies and you see how the sun is slowly you know what I mean. I can also maybe remove the arrow again and turn this back on. So now I have a bit more control again. Yeah, but whatever. I found this Wily Coyote stone here very strange. They just hit it and then the rocks collapse. Here we see also the river concept a bit better. So just to make some progress here. This was a long detour, this stream. I'm not sure if you can see it well, but here, this is the rock from the other scene. It now falls over, the wall was hit, and then it falls into the water. And this kind of, it seems, starts like... You also see the river continues there to the direction of the mountains. And then, yeah, more river stuff collapses and stuff falls down. River is blocked. I can't even tell you which river it is, to be honest, because everything makes no sense. But it should be the Sirannon. No, it should be the Glanduin, because the Sirannon is further north. Just it's so weird to just think about this. So yeah, things are falling down. Yeah, the important rock is the Coyote rock, this one here. It gets hit by these projectiles and then it falls down and then more rocks fall down and the river is blocked. The problem with this scene here is that I think wow. Bit of straight out of the shot. What is... You're just so generous. Man, much appreciated. Don't overdo it. I'm just here talking nonsense, so keep this always in mind. But really much appreciated. Like, your generosity today knows no end. That's the, I think the Indish currency. Okay, chat. So, yeah, I'm kind of overwhelmed here with, with all the things happening in chat and with the stream. Yeah, Indish rupees, I think it is, right? It's still very, very generous and nice of you. Much, much appreciated. I mean, you just gifted literally 10 subs here. Tier 3 subs. That's already a lot of money. So really much appreciate. Good day, the amazing bad boy. Nice to see you. We're currently discussing that the showrunners, I have the theory that they don't know how rivers work. So there's more stuff happening here. We have another scene. We see here all the stuff falling into the water. I'm just so confused, chat. No idea. Stuff is falling in the water. We don't need the arrow right now. And then I assume what this indicates is that the river stops doing river things. We skip some scenes ahead, chat, so we see the result of this thing. So here we see suddenly, yeah, the river is almost gone here. Don't know how anything works. Yeah, sometimes it seems like it. Renegade symbol in Mass Effect. Yeah, it would be cool if Straight Out of the Shire is from, I don't know, how many centuries from this future. Did you win? The river blocking wasn't great. Yeah, the river blocking was weird. Because the problem is, like, even though I said it wrong, I at least assume that the river... Let me just... Where's my second age map? Here it is. Like, the river comes from the mountains, goes down the Glandu... This is the Siranon. The Glanduin is here. Goes all the way down into the ocean. This is how the river flows. There's also the Bruinen. And yeah, they all meet and flow. So the flow direction is clearly from north to south from here. Or in this case, from, I don't know, east to south, west, whatever. The problem is that when you block a river like this, the water does not stop. That means more water comes past, and if it can't go this direction, as you see on the screen, no, you can't see it on the screen. Only I see it on the screen. Where's my arrow? So here was the water was blocked here. You see here the rocks still crumbling. By the way, cool detail that they have the crumbling rocks still visible in the background. Here's a bridge, by the way. This here should also be a bridge, but whatever. It's currently out of our view. So when the river is blocked, the water flows further, and at some point it continues or goes over the rocks or into the city and flood the city. So there are definitely possibilities what could happen here. I find this very strange that they use, like, you have to think about this. They use a catapult, shoot it against a mountain, and then block the river. I mean, a lot of things have to go exactly right for this to be possible, I think. So I think it's not very plausible in my opinion, but whatever. Not sure what you people think here. In which direction is the river flowing? It flows from here, the mountains, somewhere. We don't know exactly how the river go, to be honest, but something like that. A bit of a stretch. Yeah, that's potentially how I could phrase it. I mean, even the range that you need to hit these mountains here. Like, look where this rock was. It's here, and they're shooting from over here. In this context, just think about how far far they can shoot these rocks. It would be easy for them to hit these towers here. And as a result, it's strange that Sauron think, well, they can't shoot far enough. Celebrimbor is safe and I can keep my illusions going on here. And he makes rings in the meantime. I find that's very risky. So the show is leaning again a bit towards some convenient elements here. But yeah, we skipped a few scenes, I think. Because Arondir arrives interestingly, Arondir arrives and reaches this place. He still has enough arrows left, which is good. And in this scene, Arondir, even though we see him arrive, has not talked to Galadriel yet. And yeah, then we cut to Celebrimbor, and he makes one of the 9 rings. Here we get maybe what is cool, I think, because you rarely see these rings in detail. Here we get like a glimpse at those rings, which I find pretty cool, to be honest. Sash, it says it's not recommended to use your brain during the show. Yeah, for sure. I was just impressed those orc siege engines could yeet that far and hard. Yeah, that's man, it's very strange. If they can bridge down a mountain, surely they can bring down the walls. That's exactly the point I would like also to make. Like when you can shoot these things this far, why would they not be able to just focus fire on a specific point on the wall and just break it? Why do they have to go through so much trouble doing this? I actually did some research. I wouldn't call it research. I basically went to Google and Googled, do catapults destroy walls? And it seems like that classic catapults were often not used directly to destroy walls, but maybe the top of the walls with the defensive mechanisms and people on it. Mostly it was used, it seems, for preventing people from defending these walls. But on top of that, the trebuchets, especially very big and powerful ones, and these here seem to be magically powerful, were used to destroy walls in certain cases when castles and so on were besieged. So they were actually able, if they would focus fire on walls, to destroy an actual wall. And yeah, so in theory, yes. Especially if these magical catapults can hit, as Don says, so far and wide. So they could have saved themselves a lot of trouble here. All this talk about range, river, and I thought the tournament was already won. Oh no, what happened? Straight out of the Shire. You got this. Looks like rings we will see again, definitely. We will see those again. So Sauron gets 9 back, then gets captured. He gets a 9. I'm not sure how the show is portraying it, but yeah, he gets a 9 definitely back. $1 billion billion ring ad. How was Sauron's blood turned into metal? Yeah, that is another question we come to in a moment. Why even remove the water? I mean, the orcs want to get into the city and they don't like this, and the bridge is easier to defend. So I think making multiple holes into the wall would be smart, but they decide to make one hole into the wall, it seems. I found this whole siege scene as a result also a bit strange if you think a bit too much about it. Whatever. Karmarak, so not bad, man. Because the mountain was loose, exactly. It said it was the Wile E. Coyote mountain, like rock, not mountain. This one here. I think it's still very funny. Like, this was a contraption that Wile E. Coyote made to catch Roadrunner, who's also in this region. And that is why this tiny rock is holding this massive one here. But whatever, chat. I kind of like the ring, though. This is a cool-looking ring, in my opinion. So I can definitely see it is one of the 9. And we know that all the rings of power, except the lesser rings and the One Ring, were adorned and had their proper gem. So I think this kind of fits. This ring also doesn't look like these 3 rings of power of the elves look a bit strange, I have to admit. But this ring looks kind of cool, I have to admit. There's also the red one, which I also liked. We could speculate now about who gets what ring. Maybe every ring has a different colored gem or something on it. Also, it looks very sharp, you know what I mean? It has something, I wouldn't say evil, but I can definitely see this. It does not look like a friendly ring, you know what I mean? Maybe that's just me. I don't know. Also forgot to zoom out again. Now we'll see if we have a female Nazgul. The melon ring. It has a slight xenomorph vibe. I think I know what you mean. Last week was one of the lowest points of the series for me, even with the well done Numenor. The week, one of the strongest episodes. I'm sure I can handle this emotional roller coaster. Yeah, it's definitely a roller coaster. Looks like it's an aquamarine. Yeah, it's definitely possible. Unfortunately, I have no clue about gems, so... And then, yeah, Celebrimbor notices a friend again, the mouse. Celebrimbor notices mouse again. Oh boy, will we ever get through this episode, chat? Helen said to me, by the way, in theory Helen could have been guest today, but I started so late that she's already went to bed. Rightfully so. She said, when I get up in the morning, maybe I can join then, and she is not wrong that this is a possibility of happening. So, yeah, well, here we are. Eine Maus, as we say in German. And then Celebrimbor does something very smart, I think. Celebrimbor marks the candle. And then we cut over to Khazad-dûm. Der Fledermaus. It's actually die Fledermaus, just in case you would wonder. It would be der Fledermaus if you use it as a genitive, though. I give the bat something. Ich gebe der Fledermaus etwas, oder something like that. Don't worry. It's complicated. German grammar is not the most complicated grammar, but it's definitely complicated enough to confuse people and make people hate it. So now we are back to Khazad-dûm. And Durin receives a letter calling for help. Also, Narvi is bringing him the letter. Return to Celebrimbor. After that, we have, I think, the Sauron section. Then the interesting stuff is happening. And sorry that's so slow. It's always like that. You know me by now, I guess. Yeah, German is annoying. Though, like Icelandic or Polish grammar or so is even more complicated, I think, or maybe even Russian grammar might be complicated. Was this the most important mouse in the history of Arda? Yes. It wasn't real though. Yeah, maybe it was once real. Hard to tell. Yeah, it's a copy. There's a reference for this mouse. That is when Celebrimbor says I did not make a screenshot of the mouse. Problem is currently I can't see the screenshots too well. Here it is. Here we have the other, I mean it could still be an illusion, but here we have, it's not very clean, this place. These elves have worked for the right ingot for a lot of time. there's all these mithril experiments here, basically, that didn't work on the ground. And Mr. Mouse is having a lot of fun. So we have seen the mouse earlier. And it's kind of interesting. I did not expect that the mouse would be like a plot device later. However, let us come back to Durin. So Narvi brings a letter from Eregion to Durin, and Eregion, of course, asks their neighbors for help. This is strange, in a way, because how does a letter get here? Like, now we return to what we just learned, because we learned in the show the Eregion is here somewhere, and Khazad-dûm is here, and he is attacking from the north, so north to south. From here, it makes no sense. Don't get me wrong. Like, if he would attack from here, Eregion could walk all the way to Khazad-dûm, no problem. But as we learned later in the episode, there is the secret dwarf tunnel. You know what I mean? There is a secret dwarf tunnel going to Khazad-dûm. And this you could use, and of course, we all know, I said it in my video as well, it's cringe if you don't use it. So only absolute beginners would go to Khazad-dûm or to Eregion not using this tunnel. And that's the biggest mistake Adar is, I think, doing in the show. But all jokes aside, yeah, it's somehow the letter gets to our friend here. Don't ask me how. The orcs are not able to basically prevent this from happening. Adar also has never heard about the dwarves next to Eregion. Like, this is another little problem, this whole Khazad-dûm. We know that Durin is crazy due to the ring he got from Sauron, but Adar does not know that. So, in theory, if he made his homework, he could have, like, Adar literally knows that 3 rings of power of the elves exist, which are top secret, and elves never talk about this, and it's never explained how he learned this. And it's too precise what he's saying to guess that it's 3 rings or something. I criticized this, I think, in the last analysis already, that Adar makes in episode 6 20 assumptions, all of them are right. Well, Halbrand is Sauron, right? Yeah, it's correct. And I also heard you made 3 rings of power to prevent your elven kingdom from decaying. Yeah, that's also right. Okay. Then Galadriel later tells him, by the way, my ring of power I gave to Elrond, so you know who has the ring. And also, he will go and protect the city and come from whatever direction she said there. So she does, like... Adar knows a lot of things. And you could argue, but he doesn't know... He does not know that Eregion has dwarf neighbors. And he does not know that maybe the dwarf neighbors would help Eregion. Like, his whole plan is based on, yeah, I can deal with the elves, maybe. I can do a siege, a city. But what happens if the dwarves would also enter the battle? Like, we know, orcs know that you never screw with the dwarves, because they are very stubborn, but they're also a force to be reckoned with. So, in Tolkien's world. As a result, it's kind of strange that he ignores this. Like, he has so much intel of everything going on, but he does not know that the dwarves might intervene. The dwarves don't do this due to reasons, but could Adar have guessed that the dwarves would not help? And if so, how? It's very strange, this whole plan here. That's always, I feel like, if you think too much about these details, the writing falls apart, or the world building here falls apart a little bit by the writers. Twin Cell has been killed by the ring, yeah, kind of. I mean, you also have to consider that this tunnel is literally several hundred, like, how far away is Khazad-dûm from Ostinedil, aren't that something like 100 miles or something? I think it's quite a bit distance. Maybe let's say 80 miles or something like that. It's quite a long tunnel, to be honest. Yeah, the radical time compression is definitely a weird thing, not gonna lie. Okay, chat. And crazy unfortunate, because I really like Durin the Third, but he's completely mad now. The guards received that entreaty, eine Bittschrift in German, I looked it up, from the elf at the west gate. At least the gate is right. Then they are more desperate than we thought. I need the mine taken back now, he says to his friend Narvi here in this dialogue. But sire, your son is still down there, and so is Princess. Every hour that we delay costs us unthinkable wealth. So the question here is, what is his plan? Does he even listen? Or does the wealth come from mining this, or is it a connection to the other as well, like to the elves as well? We must dig, he says. It doesn't say we must fight, we must prepare an army or something. He says, no, we have to dig. So he's completely lost his senses. And in this regard, I feel like that's a bit too strong for Durin's Ring of Power, in my opinion. Like, we know they get greedy, yes, but they don't get absolutely insane, sacrificing everything and so on just because of this ring. Because the other dwarven kings after Durin the Third will also use this ring. And they are not completely insane, I think. So this is, to my opinion, a bit too exaggerated in this regard. Like, it feels like he's completely possessed by another mind or something. Like, the change is just too big, and the One Ring isn't even out there yet. And we know that the Tolkien definitely says about the dwarves that they can't return to shadow. They are very resistant against the evil, but only the greed in them is kind of enhanced or amplified. Therefore, beating myself is just too stupid. Yeah, it unfortunately is. The writers just plot out things in a bubble. They've got no idea how to communicate time and distance. Yeah, I would 100% agree. Like, time and distance, they have no idea how to communicate. Or the directors, I think it's the writers, it's a mixture maybe of all. It's a pretty weird and consistent problem throughout the series. Yeah, definitely agree. It makes no sense. The dwarves are effectively loyal to family. Yeah, 100%. Like when Thror, who also had a ring of power, was slain by Azog, all the dwarves came together and they were so mad at this that they just formed the biggest dwarven army ever and killed every orc they found in the Misty Mountains and surroundings. Until the Battle of Azanulbizar, the only exception is they would not enter Moria because of Durin's Bane. Yeah, he said he want to make weapons and armor out of the mithril, so you can maybe connect this, but the question is, will he give these weapons to the elves so that the elves have to fight, or will he give this to his own army and let his own army fight? You know what I mean? Because the problem is, when the elves are dead, they can't pay for the weapons. So even from a business standpoint, especially when you're under siege, you potentially don't have, like, I don't know, enough wits and power to negotiate how to transfer wealth. You know what I mean? And also, they're still already fighting. The elves need more men. They don't need weapons. But you're not wrong, of course. They said this in episode 6, but I can't make fully sense out of it. I think that's it's not clear it's a bit confusing. It's not clear to me what he means. Do we want, like, he wants the mithril, and he wants to make maybe weapons and armor out of it, but for the elves or for his own men? But then he would still need to prepare basically an army. I guess in a way it makes no difference, right? It makes a difference, of course, but from his perspective, like, he just needs the weapons anyway. I was really hoping Durin would shake off the ring sickness and lead his army to Eregion in the episode. Maybe we'll see this next episode, who knows? Yeah, he lost his mind completely. It's not clear, yeah. Later, Disa recalls the army not because they need to stop Durin, but for the Balrog she already knows it will come. Yeah, that's later the thing here. Fist to the jaw in the midst of the war. Durin the Third isn't a character anymore, basically a ring race, yeah. And that without the One Ring existing. Oh, Crafty Spirit wrote, I thought the messenger to Khazad-dûm came from Lindon, not Eregion. You might be right. Maybe I Let me read this here again. We look into the text. We see Khazad-dûm, camera flying. We hear from the off already the dialogue. Eregion is under siege. The guards received that entreaty from an elf at the west gate. I mean, you are right. It could be from Lindon. Okay, chat, question. What do you think? Is Durin the Third becomes the first Nazgûl? I don't think so. I think it's from Eregion, though. I also think so. I mean, it could be from Lindon as well. Lindon would also make sense. Maybe Elrond has delivered it. Sorry, rap on the mind. Don't worry. Does it matter? Not really, I think. But it's an interesting question if there's like a mention of it. The One Ring occurring, yeah. How is Sauron supposed to control the dwarves through the rings if they cause insanity, making them uncontrollable? Yeah, that's also a good point. I don't know, chat. And so it could be from like the letter looks a bit like Celebrimbor writes a letter like this, but Celebrimbor has not written the letter, we know for sure. Anatar would have called me. You might be right. I think it's from Lindon. Maybe Elrond brings a letter or sends a letter ahead, or Gil-galad sends it actually to ask the dwarves for help. Because Celebrimbor would not write the letter. He doesn't even know that they are besieged. Mirdania could have written maybe the letter. But she's trusting Anatar too much, I think. And they are surprised by the siege as well. So who would have written this letter in Eregion? How also Sauron maybe does not want this letter to reach the dwarves, even though he maybe knows that Durin is kind of crazy. So yeah, you might be right. It's a good argument that it's from Lindon. So let's assume it's from Lindon. Maybe Elrond brought it here because we will talk about him in a moment as well. Yeah, I think he left the letter, and because Elrond is banned from entering the dwarven lands or the realms, so maybe he could send a letter there. Maybe he sent 2 letters or something, or a message to Narvi, I don't know. And Narvi kind of smuggles him in, or something like that. I really like Narvi, I have to admit. So shoutouts to Narvi. Hashtag Narvi is GOAT. Yeah, greatest of all time. Prince Durin was frustrating this episode. My theory still holds. All episodes without Elendil. Narvi's the dude, yeah. But yeah, I'm also thinking of Elrond maybe leaving the letter. Because that's the next scene, basically, that we get. Narvi is now meeting with Prince Durin. And he tells him, I'm on your side. Because the king is absolutely crazy. Narvi cares about Khazad-dûm. And he knows that this ring made this man so crazy that that's not right. He needs to change this. You could tell Narvi is the best just from how he stylized his nose hair. Eärien is the sister of Isildur. In the green dress, yes. Is it green? There's a red dress in season 1, though. Well, the text was made by the elves, so there's that. There was also a first season, which we don't talk about, so let's not go there. And yeah, they ally. Very interesting. I like how Durin also asks him, slow to learn, Arya. My best impression I could make. Sorry for the people. Easy, let's just turn around. We stand with you, he says. Down your axes. And then... that ring has taken the king's heart. I will not let it take this mountain. I have to get off. Ours is not the only kingdom in peril, he says. There's an elf outside. Wants your ear. Let him in. Well, we have to do it quietly, because this particular elf has been banished from all dwarven lands. And then they know, of course, there are not many elves banned from all dwarven lands, except that one. And it's, of course, our good old friend Elrond. Amen. Can't just say Elrond is here. He can't. It has to be secret. Nobody needs to know that he's allowed. I also really like Elrond's armor, to be honest. It looks pretty cool, I have to admit, especially with this cape he has. So let's appreciate the costume designers for a moment, because I think they did a pretty good job here in the show. I mean, he was also one of the best characters in Season 1, so yes, but we don't talk about Season 1, I guess. So they have a conversation, and yeah, we have, of course... And I don't mind this, to be honest, but it feels, again, a bit like fan service, of course. And the show is full of it. He says, yeah, tidal-haired. He calls him... What did he call him? You tidal-haired, flowery-tongued flagpole. Is flagpole... Nah, let's not talk about the flag... About the banner thing. Waldreg. It's on me now, that's true. Yeah, in general, the elven and dwarven armor is pretty cool, I agree. I watched this with my mom, with my parents, and my mom laughed the elf's helmet in battle. Yeah, they were pretty cool, I think. This whole interaction with Elrond and the dwarves does shine some light on how the elves see dwarves in The Hobbit. Yeah, and your ex, the ex moment. The chemistry of those characters is really lovely. You've got some scent coming here. Have you an idea what I've gone through since you left? And then, yeah, can hardly be more eventful than what transpired me. I'm about to overthrow my father. That's actually quite a bit, yes. The scene I loved, I have to admit. That was a great scene. Yeah, it was on the nose for sure. I also like the who wrote this? Elrond's armor would have made the bloodthirstiest of Fëanor's sons jealous. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, maybe another screenshot so you can see the armor a bit better. Looks pretty dope. If that is a word. It looks great. So yeah, Elrond tells him, of course, what you've got. Defeat. So it's not looking great for the elves. Without your aid, thousands of lives are at hazard, Durin. Celebrimbor is among them. I know I asked too much of you, Durin, but I need your axe, old friend. And that's kind of a cool fan service moment. And this is a fan service moment I even don't mind, to be honest. Just want to point it out, of course. It's a potential Peter Jackson little small reference distantly, but it's cool. Like, it makes sense. The dwarves have axes, makes complete sense to say something like that. And it's not like fan service is not always a bad thing, but sometimes you can overdo it simply. The use of dope was pretty dope. Thank you. Elrond's haircut does have some swoops to it. I feel like his hair got longer over time. So, do you think we'll get a long-haired Elrond at some point in the show? I gotta go. Put this stream on the side for a bit. I will be glancing back and forth by. Thank you again so much, straight out of the Shire, for your generosity again. Like, it was a huge generosity today. Much, much appreciated. All the best to you. And see you later. We will be here for some time still, I think. You have my sword and my bow and my axe and your feet, Hobbit. It was not the biggest callback to the films for sure. Yeah, it was not the biggest callback, but I like this little reference. Like, this is a cool reference you can definitely use, and I think nobody will be angry that he phrased it like this. That was a nice little thing here. The Sindar of Dorias used to acquire access, yeah, that's true, for the dwarves. Would have been nice to have Arondir with a double-bladed axe. Yeah, that would be interesting, though I think it's not really the style of Arondir, so I guess he goes with lighter weapons. How can orcs be men when they fought for Morgoth before the sun rose? How can orcs be men? Okay, I understand the question. Tolkien changed the awakening of men, or thought about changing it, and move it several thousand years earlier, so that they awake after the elves awake shortly, but still after, and then he could have used men as origin story for the orcs. And to flesh this a little bit out, there is, for example, the so-called Tale of Adarnell, which basically explains that very early on Morgoth found these men and people were vanishing. They built temples for Morgoth and they stopped listening to the voice of Eru and so on. There's a lot of details here in the story that has to do with what happened in Hildorien to the early men back in the day. set the so-called Tale of Adarnell. I guess the Tale of Adarnell would also be compatible if men awoke when the sun was created or first rose, but yeah. I think in the mind of Tolkien, Tolkien's plan was to move the awakening of men away from the creation of the sun. Which is a bit unfortunate because I kind of like that. But in my opinion, Tolkien never completed this, Hank. So some people see it as that Tolkien has done enough to justify assuming that everything is okay, lore-wise, with the Tale of Adarnell, but I personally think moving, especially if you consider that we don't know when men then awoke, because Tolkien also in the later versions made the time spans of the years of the trees so much longer. Of course, the times we know from the Silmarillion are factor 10, so a Valiant year is 10 solar years. So the 1 year at the time of the years of the trees would be around about 10 years. Later he moved it up to 140, though the dates were not adjusted to this new time format yet, and so on. I wouldn't say they are out of canon, the Silmarillion parts. The problem is the Silmarillion, canon-wise, is in a very strange state. And depends on how you define canon. Is your definition of canon what were Tolkien's last thoughts about a particular topic? Then the Silmarillion is definitely not canon. Do you consider canon the book that most people know and read and is among the fandom, besides the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, the book that is mostly spread upon the known among the fandom? Then the Silmarillion is canon. I think that is a very different debate to have, or the two different. It's the same question, but it can have different answers, and that makes it complicated, I think. Tolkien worked even for some time on a version that was called the Round World version, where basically where sun and moon always existed in Tolkien's world. Let me just see if I find. Christopher Tolkien has a very interesting comment on this version, because Tolkien abandoned it, as far as I'm aware, at some point. Now, he did not complete it, and it seems he abandoned it. I think it's in War of the Jewels, if I'm not No, it must be. It's a Morgoth's Ring, not a War of the Jewels. No, I still have the Haken here. Because I remember one word that is in this here. It's in Myths Transformed 2, I think. Is it not? Yeah, it must be. There's also the Tale of Adarnell here. Christopher Tolkien comments, this is a text of most problematic nature, a manuscript in ink that falls in two parts which are plainly very closely associated, discussion with proposals for the regeneration of the mythology and an abandoned narrative. Neither has title or heading. The making of the sun and moon must occur long before the coming of the elves and cannot be made to after the death of the two trees. If that occurred in any connection with the sojourn of the Noldor of Valinor, the time allowed is too short. Neither could have been woods or flowers on earth if that. So basically his idea is to make a more physically correct version of his world. And at the very end, Christopher Tolkien has a comment on this version that I find very interesting, and I would agree with him here. There can be no doubt, I think, that the present text was the earlier of the two. On the other hand, no more finished or complete presentation of the new conceptations at large, the new mythology, is found. And it seems, at any rate, arguable that while committed in mind to the abandonment of the old myth of the origin of sun and moon, my father left in abeyance the formulation and expression of the new. It may be, though I have no evidence on the question one way or the other, that he came to perceive from such experimental writing as his text that the old structure was too comprehensive, too interlocked in all its parts, indeed its roots too deep to withstand such a devastating surgery. So he assumes, basically, even though he has, as he says, he has no evidence for this, that he abandoned the text because it was simply too a devastating surgery to the mythology Tolkien wrote to remove this. So in this regard, Hank, it's really, really complex topic. But Tolkien thought about this and he never completed this part. Still, this is independent, of course, from the idea to move the awakening of men simply closer to the awakening of elves. Yeah, there's some inconsistencies in all the works where sun and moon existed before. Like the Hobbit is always a special case, to be fair. I think Lord of the Rings is the most interesting case. But there's some inconsistencies that sun might have existed before. Even in the Silmarillion, there are some passages, I think, of the creation which you could read as, okay, for this to be possible, sun and moon could not have existed. Yeah, the awakening of men is very early, so men are very young as a result. But it's a mythological world, and we don't know in which state men awoke for this to work. I'll catch up with chat really quick. Elrond's has definitely longer and curlier. Yeah, I also think so. Christopher Tolkien has even said he wished he would done the Silmarillion a bit different. He also said, like, if his father would have made a Silmarillion, it would be very different. Yeah, good night. Sleep well. Don't miss me too much. Thanks for the stream, Chris, and your company, guys. Yeah, sleep well. Have a good one. How do we explain the first battle in Beleriand? I mean, Tolkien would have need to change things, I guess. Let's see if I find the quote from The Hobbit. I think it should be this one here. Yeah, it's at the very end of the chapter. It's about the wood elves. The feasting people were wood elves, of course, blah blah, and so on. They were different from high elves of the West and were more dangerous and less wise. Here's a famous quote that also appears, I think, in the Peter Jackson films. For most of them, together with their scattered relations in the hills and mountains, were descendant from the ancient tribes that never went to ferry in the West. There, the light elves and the deep elves and the sea elves went and lived. I guess the light elves are the Vanyar, the deep elves the Noldor, the sea elves the Teleri. And lived for ages and grew fairer and wiser and more learned and invented their magic and their cunning craft in the making of beautiful and marvelous things before some come back into the wide world. In the wide world, the wood elves lingered in the twilight of our sun and moon, but laughed best the stars, and they wandered in the great forests that grew tall in lands that are not lost. I think that is a quote basically where sun and moon is mentioned in the context of the early elves. You could maybe make an argument this means later, to be honest. How can there have been orcs before men awoke? As said, Tolkien had a version where he moved the orc origin, the origin of men earlier, like before sun and moon were created, into the years of the trees. It's a thought Tolkien had. How much he finished that's debatable in my opinion, though. Tolkien always wrote elves as children of the stars and men as children of the sun. Yes. Tolkien thought about changing this, though. That is an essential concept, and that is why it's not in the Silmarillion as a result. Because, as you say, in the mythology it's an essential concept. It is, though... it was... Tolkien simply didn't like the orc origin of elves. In the wide world, the wood elves lingered in the twilight of our sun and moon. That is the quote. I just read this here. In the wide world, the wood elves lingered in the twilight before the rising of the sun and the moon. I have a copy of the first edition. I have to get here all my books out, chat. This goes very specific topic-wise, but yeah. Where does the chapter start, though, chat? Flies and Spiders 146 in the first edition book. I have a reprint of it. It's not an original because you can't afford those books. It's just too expensive. I don't have it as PDF, though. It's on page 173. In the wide world, the wood elves lingered in the twilight before the raising of the sun and moon, and afterwards they wandered in the forests that grew beneath the sunrise. Very interesting. Let me just put a marker here in my book. Oh, that's a very interesting quote, actually. Are there theories why Tolkien changed this line? I mean, If this is if this is like the change of the Hobbit was 51, I think. The second edition, basically. So that was the time Tolkien started to think about stuff, and then there was a third and so on edition. Now I'm actually curious. But this is a very unrelated topic here that kind of distracts us a little bit from what we actually want to know. Is there something in history of the Hobbit about this? Would have lain on the town of the moon. Sunrise. The lines about rising sun and moon and the great woods after that grew after the sunrise make it clear that we're definitely in a world Tolkien's mythology here. Bilbo's world shares certain creation myths and underlies all the early versions of the legendary, particular tale of sun and moon. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, of course you can, but we're talking here about texts that were not meant to be published. So that's basically what Tolkien worked on, if that makes sense. Oh, Hank, you forgot a space. So just in case you wonder why the bot is complaining, you forgot a space after a dot and then it thought you were posting a link. And we can post your message here again, just so Tar can read it. I can post this. There's also, you see, arrival of men, and then you made a dot, and then they forgot a space, and the stupid bot thinks you posted a link, because the bot doesn't check top-level domains. I have to explain this every stream. So always be careful when you write a dot, you should not forget the space afterwards, else the bot thinks you posted a link, no matter how stupid it is. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. With the sun and moon stuff is very complicated, so. The change for The Hobbit is the 1966 edition. Now that's interesting to know. So the first change of The Hobbit was 51, I think. It was the second edition. And then Tolkien made several other changes. And it seems like in the 60s, Tolkien worked on these versions, like these. This was the late writing. So it seems Tolkien thought about, okay, I want to get rid of this, of that. As a result, I change before the rising of sun and moon, say that sun and moon was always there, even though you could argue it's inconsistent. Is there a change like this? Was this also made to the Lord of the Rings, or was it in Lord of the Rings from the beginning? Yeah, the two trees are also mentioned in Lord of the Rings, actually. Fëanor was the greatest of the Eldar in arts and lore, but also the proudest and most self-willed. He wrought the three jewels, the Silmarillion, and filled them with the radiance of the two trees, Tilperion and Laurelin, that gave light to the land of the Valar. It was in Lord of the Rings from the beginning. Interesting that like Lord of the Rings, the appendices were written in the mid 50s, so 53, 54, something like that. Maybe made some finishing touches to the books in this time as well. Kind of surprised that he'd already changed this. Is this in Lord of the Rings? Interesting. Yeah, this book, it says, writing in the wiki says, started with this maybe before he wrote Return of the King. That's also true. I'm sorry that I'm so silent here, just reading through stuff. Can you put the, I don't know, the first 3 words of the quote from The Lord of the Rings in chat? I can just find it very quickly, else I'm just looking for it for too long. I just need a few words to find it, because I have it as a digital document. That makes things easier to find. Well, it's an interesting topic, though it's a question that brings us very far away. Oops, Hank is still there. Then you can, of course, later post the quotes full in the comments if it's easier for you. In chat, it's a bit annoying because you have the limitation of words. But like I said, I just need a few words just you could find it then. I can read it really quick. Yeah, I personally also am not the hugest fan of the round world version and so on. I can understand that Tolkien experimented with this, to be honest. But like Christopher Tolkien said, it would have been... like, it's so deeply buried in many ways into Tolkien's lore that removing it is kind of strange. Else began it, of course. That's the Treebeard section. Okay, Treebeard, and of course also always a not a reliable narrator. Some of my kin look just like Trino, need something great to roost them, and they speak only in whispers. But some of my tree limb lies may are limb lies, and many can talk to me. Else began it, of course, waking the trees up. I remember this quote actually now. Up and teaching them to speak and learning their tree talk. They always wished to go to talk to everything. The old elves... Wait, I can't read right now. It's just I'm too stupid. They always wished to talk to everything. The old elves did. But then the great darkness came, and they passed away over the sea or fled into the valleys and hid themselves and made songs about the days will never come and never again, and so on and so forth. Oh. The world was young, the mountains green, no stain yet on the moon was seen. Here it is, basically. So it's a longer section, and in the context, he always mentions, like, the day. He mentions here that no stain on the moon was yet seen, and so on. No words were laid on stream or stone when Durin woke and walked alone. Here we have the mention of Durin in this context. That is actually not from Treebeard, though. That's A Journey in the Dark. So yeah, I remember the Journey in the Dark thing definitely hints at this very strongly, that even though you can always say it has to do with a not reliable dude there. Notice the sunshine and spring and summer and autumn when the elves are teaching the Ents. Yeah, exactly. You have the times and so on. as you said, the sunshine. It's definitely a longer chapter. But yeah, there are some references towards this. The dwarven one I remembered more than the Treebeard one though. But yeah, there it also are hints for that. Like you say, the light and of sun and star and moon and so on makes no sense if this is about Durin and so on and so forth, when at the time Durin awoke, sun and moon didn't exist and so on. These are minor inconsistencies compared to not have orcs fighting Fëanor in battle under the stars. Yeah. But you have to think there's a development of Tolkien's mythology. Some of the stuff that Tolkien wrote was just written much, much earlier, and this time this thought was not there, or was maybe at most an inconsistency in Tolkien's writing. And then later Tolkien started to work more towards this idea, and you find hints of this idea in the notes here and there. But it's a complicated topic that also brings us very far away from what we actually wanted to do here in this show, in this stream, because as a result we're just so incredibly far away from where we wanted to be. It's a very interesting topic. Maybe we have to make a dedicated stream at some point. I can maybe do some preparation for it as well, because it's like you see, it's a complicated topic. Yeah, the awakening of the Ents is vague at best, but it seems it was after the dwarves, and it also seems potentially before men awoke, so there's that. It was still Years of the Tree, so most likely. Let me just put here my stuff to the side. But yeah, it's a very fascinating topic, but you have to consider that Tolkien's writings, you could say, do they really have a canon? Kind of. Maybe Lord of the Rings for me is mostly a canon book. Depends a bit on different things. Like, let me read from a letter where it's about Treebeard. So in letter 153, though it's a draft letter, Treebeard's statement, there is to me a wide gulf between two statements, so wide that Treebeard's statements could, in my world, have possibly been true. It is not true actually of the orcs, who are fundamentally a race of rational, incarnate creatures though horribly corrupted, if no more than many men to be met today. Treebeard is a character in my story, not me, and though he has great memory and some earthy wisdom, he is not one of the wise, and there is quite a lot he does not know or understand. He does not know what wizards are or whence they came, and so on. Tolkien basically makes some arguments that also Treebeard, even though he has some foundation, he's not one of the wise, he's not a very reliable source. That's letter 153. So keep this always a bit, of course, in mind. And it's an interesting trick by Tolkien. He can explain inconsistencies by it, or even use this deliberately with characters that give you incomplete information, and you have to play around a bit and interpret with. So not everything that characters say is basically set into stone. And the problem is Tolkien, we can't ask him anymore, sadly. So you have to kind of come to your own idea, if that makes sense. Yeah, of course, but the question was, how could men be earlier, and then we went into this part, how could men, or could orcs, like orcs appeared before men awoke, so how is men a possible origin story? That was the initial question. That the reason is simply they moved it back, and Tolkien thought about moving it back in the past, and this thought process is reflected by some changes and some hints here and there, or inconsistencies in the book, you could say. So make out of these ideas what you want. I think you can definitely have different opinions or different headcanon for all these things. I'm sometimes my opinion is there is no real canon for some of these very detailed questions, to be honest. I personally also prefer this very mythological world. I like the idea of men awaking when the sun is created out of the fruits of the two trees. But there are some people who have a different opinion on that, and that's completely fine. Why would he be an unreliable source of his own history? Maybe he remembers something wrong. It's definitely a possibility, like he's not a perfect entity or something. At least Tolkien said some stuff he says could not be right. But you have, of course, when it comes to the creation of sun and moon, he might know a thing or two for sure. But let us return to the show, because it is very late for me already. I'm streaming for 4 hours, and you distracted me massively now from covering this show. We might have to do tomorrow a second part, if I'm completely honest with you people. We have to continue the analysis stream tomorrow, I think, because I won't be able to get through the stream today because it's just too late and I'm getting more and more tired. So, where were we? We were at, wasn't everyone asked by Gil-galad to go to Mordor, to meet, to Moria, you mean? Maybe indirectly, I think. As awaken to the stars, men to the sun. I like it too, it's very poetic and symmetrical, I agree. Wasn't Elrond asked by Gil-galad? Yeah, he said not alone. My interpretation was a bit that he maybe knows that Númenóreans come. That's still I still have this call. Though I have to admit, after this episode, my I made the prediction that maybe the Numenorians at the end or something of episode 8 appear and help out the elves quite a bit. Because the Numenorians also appear in the book, and it seems Farazon is searching for Halbrand. And we have seen that Numenor also appears in season 8, in episode 8. So there's still a possibility that my prediction is true, but I could be completely wrong here. And I feel like here I might be wrong. Very unfortunate though, but I don't know. But he said not alone, so maybe he sent the letter to the dwarves and tried to get the help there and said, well, I know somebody who could help us. Yeah, the elves seem pretty much on the receiving end currently. And yeah, we talked about the X quote, which I find okay, and then the orcs are attacking. So the river is basically a dam is created for the river, and then the orcs can cross and attack Eregion. They, for whatever reason, don't use a siege weapon to destroy these walls. But look at this shot! Like the bridge is half destroyed. The river is, for whatever reason, doesn't because stuff fell down. We said it's quite constructed, to be honest, and the river at some point should return to the like I said, the river at some the artificial or this weird dam they created by blocking the path of the river should not hold off the river indefinitely. At some point, the river should start flowing again, I think. But maybe it's enough for the time being. The problem is it kind of destroys a bit how long does the siege here take and so on. And then we have a lot of battle chat going on. Orcs bring in siege machine. Ravager, or I think Mirdania calls it. Ravager. Is this an official chat? Does somebody know siege weapons? Is Ravager an actual term, or is this made up for the show? Let me show this Ravager on screen. This thing. Oh, Gordon is also on chat. Welcome, nice to see you. Currently, we stream in English and discussing the Rings of Power show in a lot of detail, though I might need a second part because we're not far in yet. Yeah, I'm also wondering the same. Totally made up. It sounds made up as well, but he has she's a smith of the elf. How does she know how this object is called? I mean, maybe the military dude knows it, but why is she an expert with siege weapons? We play fantasy RPGs all our lives and we don't know how it's called. I know in StarCraft there are Ravagers, so that's a unit in StarCraft. A Zerg unit, but beyond that, I don't find anything. Yeah, that's also what I read. If you want to destroy walls, you would basically dig below them and then use that to blow them up or collapse them. Yeah, in reality, people were digging under walls to bring them down in medieval ages. Yeah, exactly. Though there are some instances, I wouldn't say I did research, but I looked a bit online, and there were some examples where also trebuchets were used to, a very big one though, to hit on city wall or on castle walls and destroy them. I mean, the foundation doesn't be pulled down completely, but I guess only to some degree. They just have to destroy enough of the wall that they can maybe climb up or something. The whole point of fort walls is that the bottom stones are immovable. Yeah, for sure. But let's say they have, I don't know how many siege things there, and you have seen how far they can throw their stones, and very big ones as well. If they would focus fire on a wall, I think they could definitely maybe do enough damage that it would be possible for some orcs to get in. For sure, it would cost them, but it would not be impossible, I think. Yeah, the battering ram and stuff. Yeah, it would focus on top of the wall, not on the bottom. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, they could have done potentially something there. The show here, I don't know. I was also not the hugest fan of how they try to deconstruct the wall. I think digging a trench or so below it would be more efficient. As you say, it's not always possible if there's a rock layer below and so on. But they have to destroy these walls somehow. They can't be indestructible, else it would not work. Ravager, orcs. So here we see it a bit from close range. The mud would make it difficult. That's a good point, though, to be fair, yeah. So let's just say this: besieging the city and breaching this wall would be very, very difficult. I think we can agree on that. But it's still strange that they don't use the catapult they have to just destroy parts of the wall elsewhere, for example. I mean, they could still do this here. And then we have the mouse, which is observed by Celebrimbor. We cut back. There was a lot of shooting and things are happening. And Celebrimbor now sees a pattern with the mouse and notices that he's in an illusion in this show. I think that was a very cool part. It reminded me, as we discussed it earlier in the stream a bit, it's kind of like a mistake or an error in the Matrix. That I found was also one of my first thoughts when I saw the scene here. like I said, kind of surprised that this mouse here is a bigger plot device than one would think. That's actually a cool idea, in my opinion. And Celebrimbor notices something must be wrong, like the fire is not working how it should, and also the candle is not burning. Let me just get the next scene here. So very interesting. Also spoiler warning, by the way, for the people just joining for episode 7 of Rings of Power Season 2. So very interesting. I think that was a very cool scene that was going on in parallel. Like, also this show, of course, had some plots that happened there in parallel, but I still found what I like about this episode is that it was very focused on this part of the plot. I like that Celebrimbor eventually broke through the deception in spite of his mental state. Yeah, for sure. The Celebrimbor scenes were far and away the best parts of this episode. I really warmed to the character here more than any other time. Yeah, for sure. Like, some people complained a bit about the looks. He looks like, I don't know, Granddad or something like that. But I think the actor is so good at what he's doing and portraying this character and so on that I can definitely look past that, to be fair. And after a while, you get used to it anyway. You know, I'm not thinking much. For me, currently, that's how Celebrimbor looks. And the scenes were really good. This worked. Marking the candle is practically a scientific experiment. Yeah, it is. In the first season also, Celebrimbor was always a bit strange. The actor, of course, is very good. Don't get me wrong. But also in season 1, he was not that interesting. Now in season 2, the character can really shine. And that is very good because this is one of the most interesting story arcs in the second season so far. Yeah, the series does quite well when it drops a couple of storylines for an episode and focus on specific... Yeah, exactly. I think this is what the show should do all the time. Focus on the story, drive the plot forward, do less teleporting though. That's kind of the thing. It's terrible. It's supposed to be magic, not sci-fi. I would buy characters not acting like they should. That is for one thing, but there are no characters. Currently, Celebrimbor is completely isolated to focus on the rings and he needs to find a way to get out. And I think, I'm not sure if you ever had this, but I had this definitely at times in my life when I was dreaming that I understood in my dream that I was dreaming. Because of specific observations I could make in the dream. I think it's kind of similar for him here. So I think it's not far-fetched. Even though it is kind of magic, but the concept or the construct, how an illusion simply works, maybe very similar to something like a dream, is in my opinion plausible. So I kind of like that he can see through this. I can see that, yeah, this maybe undermines the magic a little bit. I also read a commentary earlier about the concept of soft and hard magic and so on. But I feel like people are often pushing the soft magic aspects of Tolkien's world quite a bit. Because I think Tolkien You could argue Tolkien definitely knew about the different concepts in this and maybe has put in some thought. But I think Tolkien did what he thought is best for the story and works best for him. And then this often resulted in more a soft magic approach than a hard magic approach. But it's not like there was not some classic, I don't know, hard magic in Tolkien's world as well at times. So it's rare. Actually, gasp when that happened. Very bad taste to focus on the graphically slit horse. Yeah, that was a weird scene, I think. I don't know why they did this. Yeah, the horse kicking of Elrond, that was definitely awesome, I agree. But yeah, Adam, that's a good point. Like on the set, I think a horse died. That happens. I think even the Peter Jackson films that happened. And then showing this, I mean, it seems like that was kind of an important scene for Elrond in a way. I don't know why they did this, to be honest. But just to come back to the hard soft magic stuff, I think, for example, what the rings in Tolkien's world can do is very hard to find. I feel like that's not very soft. It is soft there, but it's not fully classic. Like, I don't know, there's certain things that the rings can do, and certain things that, for example, Gandalf can guess this must be a great ring of power because Bilbo did not age, because it confers invisibility, because this, and that. It clearly defined rules what these magic rings can do. Then Tolkien created a lot of this metaphysical part, like the ring does not make you invisible, but it puts you to the unseen, which is an aspect of the world, and so on. There are a lot of explanations to this, and this then goes more into, at least in my understanding, into the hard magic direction stuff, where it becomes more scientific in a way. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes the stuff Gandalf is doing is, you could maybe argue, is hard magic to some degree. I don't know. But I would agree, though, that in general, Tolkien's world feels more like a soft magic world for sure. But yeah, let us move on a bit. Because this is also a big topic. And yeah, so he confronts Anatar and ask what he has done to him. Let me just double check something really quick. It's always a bit scary. Just have to listen to the episode for a moment. So Celebrimbor, they get in an argument, and Celebrimbor throws his hammer at him. Or the hammer of his grandfather, to be precise. And yeah, I don't know. And Anatar dodges the hammer, of course. I can't get you a sharp shot of these movements. There's a lot of motion blur in it. So there's that. And the hammer crashes through the window and then potentially destroys the illusion this way. Or maybe Sauron or / Anatar, let's go off the illusion now. Wave his hand and get elves to kill each other seems like way too much power. Yeah, for sure. I mean, he did it also with Mirdania later. So here it crashes the window. So I have to name my screenshots all the time. So that's why I'm typing so much in the background, in case you wonder. Then we have this revealing shot where Celebrimbor catches up with reality. Yeah, the hand movement thing, I'm also not the biggest fan of it, but I think it's okay. Sauron is very powerful. And this is kind of, a way to portray that. So here he finally sees how things really are. He escaped the prison of his mind. And then the illusion crumbles and he sees everything has fallen to ruins. The city is besieged by orcs. Things are not looking great. Let me just see how I name the screenshot. I'll just look in chat for a moment. It looked cool though, that is true. The whole thing was such a cheap grab at emotional response from the audience. Disgusting. Just currently catching up with stream. Sorry for the long silences here and there. Sauron's power seemed to be on RoP. You should have seen what they wanted to do instead of the horse. Thrown off the roof, you see her go down and hit the ground. There's a really good shot, and you see this orc chop her. Yeah, this you still see, I think. And then he holds up her whole shoulder and arm and starts drinking the blood. Well, it would be maybe a bit too much, I think. You could make the argument for Sauron controlling the movement of them that because he was in the city and basically they were in his influence, you could maybe stretch this whole Osanwa concept quite a bit for this movement control. So he doesn't control their movement directly, controls their mind against their will, kind of. It's kind of a stretch. I would still agree with that. But yeah, the show does these things, and now they let loose like a lot of powerful ability stuff here in this show, which is always like a rabbit hole. And then yeah, we have a very interesting scene, because now we learn what the Mithril was. Celebrimbor sees what the Mithril was. It was Sauron's blood. Spoiler. The problem is with this, I mean, it makes sense because he cut his hand, and I thought he would use this. We speculated to unleash a powerful spell or something, because we also had the scene where the acolyte in the south, also her hand was cut like that, and this was to use to bring Feminem back. Until that scene, I thought Mirdania and Sauron might get to it. I was very sure Mirdania was dying. I wrote it also in the comments before I saw the episode. Just want to point that out. I forgot to mention it in the episode. In the German prediction video, I mentioned Mirdania dying, though. I mean, it's always awesome if you have a prediction and it's right. I was pretty sure she will die. I found it interesting that people had so many sophisticated theories about her, but and I also could not foresee for what he would need Mirdania. But yeah. I was a bit shocked. I liked Mirdania as a character. I have to, as a character, like her. She was one of the few named, the only named character in Eregion besides Celebrimbor. You could say the captain also had a name. He's also named one time in the show, but that's basically it. Besides that, Eregion is like a ghost town, if that makes sense. You only have basically extras there. A bit unfortunate, in my opinion, considering it's a big elven city. I don't know why he couldn't control the orcs, because the script needed him to get stabbed there, it seems. Like, I don't have a good answer for that, to be honest. Let's simply forget about this. Mithril was Sauronium. would think the musical numbers would appeal the modern audience. What did you say in the last live stream about the blood? Oh, it's possible. Maybe I forgot. But it was not my prediction. The reason why, maybe I also said, no, you are wrong. That's possible. So then you are right. The reason why I thought, that's one point I should maybe end. The reason why I thought that the mithril might not be the blood, first of all, the hint with the acolytes and doing some magic. And the other one is, like, come on. He's making rings out of metal. How is blood help? Like, it's a liquid. How does it even help that? Oh, we need to add mithril to it to create an alloy. And then he uses blood for it. Like, I'm not an expert, but that sounds like nonsense, to be honest. And then I maybe overread it, Tar Elenion. And sometimes, like, it is not the most busy chat of all time, but since I'm also doing production and so on at the same time, I have to name my screenshots and read the book and, I don't know, think what I'm saying here. Sometimes overread messages then, so maybe I've simply overlooked it. Maybe I also read it and forgot about it, I don't know. But good call then. I think it's kind of, it feels somewhat obvious, but at the same time, I felt like it also feels kind of wrong. Calculated demon blood, you can probably make some killer weapons with it, yeah, for sure. I wish I could just forget about the contrived nonsense, yeah. Sometimes it's difficult. Makes you wonder what part he uses of him to put in the 1, since it has to control the 9, yeah, and the 7 and the 3. So all the rings. Technically. I'm not sure how the show will portray that, to be fair. Yeah, this metallic form, I don't know. I mean, I'm not an expert on metal treatment and so on. I know that how does this work again? You have metal, you heat it up, or do you have to put on the metal a specific? I would also assume it's more a liquid that you put on it. I'm not sure if you cool it with it after you heat it, or if you put it and then heat it on it to kind of control, if you want to form steel, to control the level of certain materials that combine then with the iron. Let me just see how it's called. Yeah, the interaction of the allotropes of iron with the alloying elements, primarily carbon, gives steel and cast iron their range of unique properties. I think it's like you control the carbon in typical steel alloys may contribute up to 2.14% of its weight. That's when you make steel. I'm not sure if there's any expert here in chat because I have no clue. I can only kill bosses in Elden Ring and talk nonsense about the Lord of the Rings stuff. He's making rings with pure 24k gold and mithril, is that right? No, in this case there's no mithril at all and uses blood from Sauron instead. You'll find Morgoth's ring, just carve his writings onto it. I hope not that this is an explanation they're going for. It's quenched in water. Yeah, you have to. I'm not sure if the quenching process controls the carbon level in it or so. Like maybe somebody in the comments who knows processing metals and so on can explain this a little bit. Maybe somebody's in chat. I'm not sure. I'm definitely not an expert on this. Absolutely feels wrong, but the cut hand and the jar were just that giveaway. Yeah, maybe you're right. I wondered where did he get this metal from? That this could be an illusion. I did not think of, to be honest. Especially in context of it is not even the same material. Like I thought, okay, putting blood into rings to make an alloy, that makes no sense, right? Especially if he doesn't treat it as a liquid, but he treats it as like a metal and just mixes it in. I think that's bullshit, but whatever. Why didn't Sauron go to Khazad-dûm if he didn't need mithril? He said he learned something, that creation needs sacrifice. Originally he wanted to use mithril, but that was not what the rings needed. They needed his blood, I think. I don't know. Like originally he wanted the mithril, then he noticed, well, I don't get it, so I need to come up with something else. Wait, sacrifice. It's again like he kind of restyled this part into his plan, which he often does, it seems. The question is, chat, does Sauron has black blood? There is one instance of Sauron mentioning black blood. Here's his wound. I think I should not show his wound here on stream that long. Let's go into the Silmarillion really quick. We go to the story of Beren and Luthien. That's the only thing where I could... And immediately he took the form of a vampire, great as a dark cloud across the moon, and he fled, dripping blood from his throat upon the trees, and came to Tower Nufuin, and dwelt there, filling it with horror. As no color is mentioned here, chat. Is there a reference? That was the only part where I could think of a blood color for Sauron. Does anybody in chat know like a reference to Sauron had black blood? There are multiple references to black blood in general. For example, orcs and trolls have black blood. Tolkien does not do blood magic that I can recall. I also can't think of like an inspiration for this. Yeah, this was from Húrin's last stand against Sauron, but the blood color in this version at least is not mentioned. It's just he drips blood, but it doesn't say which color it has. The dragon blood, yeah, but I mean in general, not in general, I mean specifically Sauron. Which, did Sauron have black blood? Is there a reference for this, yes or no? I can't, my thought was that maybe here in this quote from the Silmarillion, which I just read, that there might be a hint of the color of this blood, but I don't know. He does not have any confirmed blood. That's also what I think. Like, if that's the only thing where Sauron is bleeding, you could maybe argue cutting off his finger, but there's also no blood description in this scene. But yeah, the dragon blood, of course, is also black. I mean, from this perspective, you could make the argument that a lot of entities had black blood. Evil entities. So Sauron as well. I think that's not far-fetched, to be honest. But I don't think if there's like a book reference for this determining or specifying that. The inspiration may have been that Jackson, as his initial prologue was going to have the One Ring made with Sauron's blood, then decided not to. Okay, I didn't know about that. Interesting. I don't think any Maya should have black blood, just a feeling. Black blood sounds more like corrupted, incarnate being or animal. Yeah, that is true, I think, but you could maybe make the argument for Sauron as well. He was a black blob at some point, so from the black blob perspective, that his blood is black after he got stabbed makes kind of sense, I guess. The wolves whimpering, yelling, flicky like dusty shadows, pale from wrecked sleep, crawling captives in fear and surprise, and all along a clinging night, beyond all hope, set free and light. A vampire shape with pinions vast, screaming leaped from the ground, and passed its dark blood dripping on the trees. Yeah, so there is dark blood mentioning in one of these versions from the very early versions of this. There he was, thus came Thu. Here he's still called Thu though. A wolf among the great. There's a mention of dark blood in this context. Just was checking it in the background. So maybe, yeah. Maybe that's a reference. It would be a very early one. I was not even aware that it was specified here. I was hoping the ring connection to Sauron would be more creative than just blood magic, something more nuanced and deep. It was chance for the writers to show their quality. It depends on the property of Sauron's blood. Exxon wanted to include Sauron's blood to make the One Ring. Oh, okay. Anatar, not a good smith himself. He should be a very good smith, though. Why does he need Celebrimbor? I don't know, actually. Like, maybe in the show he's that good. In the original, like how the story, Goldie, also welcome. In the original story from the, not the original, like the story from the book that we know. There are many versions of it to be fair, but all of them have in common that originally all the 16 rings of power plus the secret 3 rings of power, so the 7 and the 9 are the 16, were created as elven rings. Same as the 3 rings that Celebrimbor later made alone in secret. And almost halfway, we have to do the rest tomorrow for sure. What was my point? Yeah. So he all these 16 rings plus these 3 elven rings, all of them were in origin elven rings. And the idea was that the elves of Eregion use those rings, then Sauron leaves Eregion, or actually did this, created the One Ring, and over the One Ring he would master those who would wear these rings. And with this, he would control these elves, their swords and so on, with the help of the One Ring. That was the original plan. And in this show, that's completely different. The story, for reasons. I think, though, that they make this a bit different, I can actually understand, because it would be just, especially if you don't have enough time in your show, it would also feel a bit, redundant to go there, collect the rings, give the rings away. So in the books, though, Sauron comes to Eregion, then he teaches him the technique to make rings of power. To learn the techniques, the ringsmith or the jewel smith of Eregion under Celebrimbor create the lesser rings to learn the craft. Then they master the craft, and then they create the 16 great rings of power, which Sauron touches, and these are created under his guidance. And the elves, no elf at this point had an idea that he was Sauron in truth, which is also different in the show. Galadriel and so on know that already. And then Sauron leaves to make the One Ring, which takes him 10 years or something. And in the meantime, Celebrimbor makes, while Sauron is not there, 3 rings on his own. And these are Nenya, Vilya, and Narya. And Sauron makes the One Ring in Mordor alone. And then when Sauron put the One Ring on his finger, the elves in Eregion know that they were deceived and who Anatar really was. And Sauron underestimated the elves though, and he is not able to take control over them immediately. As a result, the elves are all able to remove the rings from their finger, and then Sauron gets angry and attacks Eregion and wants to get those rings back. And he can only retrieve the 16 rings. The 3 are given, 1 to Galadriel, 2 to Lindon, so to Gil-galad. Gil-galad gives 1 to Círdan and his 1 later to Elrond. That's the story in the books, how it happens. And the 3 rings of power are also Celebrimbor's magnum opus, and he makes those last. And the idea, that's the reason why he lets these elves make those rings, because from this perspective, the elves must trust him and must trust in these rings to use them, actually. And that is the idea behind these rings of powers in their origin. Also, the amazing Bad Boy, thank you so much for your generosity again. Thanks, Chris, for your stamina. Spirits up almost halfway. Well, we might have to make a second part again because I started so late today. I wanted to start at 8. So when was 8? 5 hours? I'm just streaming 5 hours, I think, currently. But I wanted to start 3 hours earlier or something. Then we might have been able to make this here in today. We would have been now at the 8-hour mark or something. I would be okay. Maybe 9. But we discussed the map for too long. We discussed the round world version too long, and human orcs also for too long. Like every stream. But yeah, don't worry, Goldie. I think that's an interesting question. I tried to just answer it fast, very quick. So there's more nuance to it, I guess, as well. Though, but that's basically how it is in the books, and the show, for reasons, portrays this very differently. But I agree, though, that in the show it makes very little sense if Anatar, like, why can't he make these rings alone? Shouldn't he be able to do this? And the show makes it like he's maybe not a good enough smith to make this on his own. He needs Celebrimbor's, the greatest elven smith of his time. He needs his help to make those rings, I think. If he used Mithril before to make the other rings and not this time, why would the 9 even work? Well, I have no idea, to be honest. That's a good question. No idea. Also, I think there's a version where Tolkien also writes that Sauron or Anatar learned the secrets of the elves. So Sauron might have learned something from the elves as well. I would say that's not completely invented, but yeah. I think, though, that like Sauron is in origin the a Maya of Aule. And Aule is basically the Vala, or the god of smithing. So he knows how to craft things for sure. Yeah, it's a really interesting story. In case, I'm not sure, I made 2 videos here on this channel in case you want to look deeper into the story. There's one video about the abilities, and also I think I called it misconceptions. It's a bit redundant in a way. I made it, I think, a year ago. Quite long ago. Let me just see, chat. I think that is my video about the misconceptions of the rings. That I think I go through the story again if you're interested in that. And that is the abilities of the ring. So that is basically also included in the other video. So it's a bit redundant, I think. But I felt like... Yeah, the Lay of Lathian does state dark blood. I mean, could dark blood also mean dark red blood? I don't know. Oh yeah, the 7 smithing secrets of the dwarves. I've also no idea what that means. Yeah, that's also an important point. The dark blood is for Thu. Like, there was, how to explain? Technically, Thu is not Sauron. It's a early version of Sauron, you could say, but different. Like, the idea that the necromancer, like, Thu was the necromancer. And then Tolkien developed this character into Sauron later. There's also a character called Tevildo, the Prince of Cats. And that was not Sauron, but I think that character was... I don't know if I would call it removed, but developed into Thu. And Thu was then developed into Sauron. But it's not 100%. It's a bit difficult to say if you say he's an early version of Sauron. I think that goes a bit far. Especially in the case of Tevildo, because he's Book of Lost Tales material that's just ancient. But yeah, always a bit careful how to phrase things, because yeah, sometimes it's a bit difficult to put into words. That's actually a good point by It's a good point by Crafty Spirit. Mithril, according to the show, is partially Balrog goo, so surely Sauron goo is good enough. Well, that's kind of true, I guess. Oh, there's those also here. 5 hours, 39 minutes, and almost 2/3 are over. Well, I promise I'm running out of steam. There's a Zubat, nice to see you. There was a comment about Huan and the X with it. I saw this here somewhere. The Jackson trilogy made people fall in love with the story, made them go read the books. This show will confuse the hell out of people. Too much has been changed. It's not good. I'm not sure. I think people could become also interested in the books and see, oh, that's how it works. It's completely different. But I think the show will definitely generate a lot of confusion regarding the Rings of Power. That's for sure. In Silmarillion, after Huan releases Sauron, he flies away in vampire form and drips blood onto the trees. But it doesn't say it's black blood. Wonder if the longer story says black. It says dark blood in the Lays of Beleriand. History of Middle-earth, book number 3. Sauron learned from the elves in one text. Interesting. Okay, for Thu, Húrin's X was bathed in black blood of the trolls and, of course, orcs he had slain, if I recall from memory. Yeah. Are we going to talk about Sauron's crazy musings on his master Morgoth? Yeah, we maybe need to talk about this as well. Glaurung's blood definitely stated to black too. Yeah, definitely. That was black, 100%. Trolls, orcs, dragons seem to have black blood. I'm not sure if there's a description of Balrog blood, because in very early versions, a lot of Balrog or Belrug die. Plural of this word is always like kind of a special case, I guess. All the bad guys have black blood, so Sauron's... Yeah, I mean, that you could make the argument. I would say Sauron having black blood... I just wondered if there's an actual reference for this, and we have only this for Thu, that he had dark blood, according to History of Middle-earth book number 3. But I think for Sauron himself, there is no mention of his blood color. But I would not... I could imagine, yeah, why not? He's an evil, corrupted entity. Why not have black blood? So now that we discussed the black blood as well, Celebrimbor leaves his tower. Is Fair Anatar just an illusion, though? It's a good question if he is an illusion. Like, what's the difference between an illusion or a body that is illusion and a real body, if that makes sense? I would say that if Sauron... I think it was not an illusion, because Sauron gets the properties of the body. Like, in the first age, he turns into a bat, and then he can fly. Like, Tolkien literally writes vampire here. And then the other instance, he turns into a snake, he turns into a werewolf, a wolf. In Tolkien's world, a werewolf is not a wolf that transforms into a wolf, or a man that transforms into a wolf at moonlight, but a very powerful, big, evil wolf, basically. So you also get that property. As a result, I wouldn't say it's an illusion. Like, when it would be an illusion, his body would in truth still be the same. But since it actually changes and gets the properties, I mean, the bat can fly, obviously. So I would say, no, it's not an illusion, it's actually his form that he changed. I also want to switch the image here. So we switch to Celebrimbor leaving his tower and seeing, oh no, we are absolutely screwed. And then Celebrimbor talks to Myrdania. Interestingly. And I think this is a very cool scene, simply because maybe I should have taken a different screenshot. Medania and guards. We put the guards also on the screenshot. And to Medania, he talks like nonsensical stuff. Well, there was a mice, and on my hammer there was a jewel missing, but then it suddenly was there. Like, Sauron made all the people in Eregion believe that Celebrimbor is crazy. And he talks like a madman. He looks like a madman, and I don't know. And people are kind of, don't know how to deal with this guy. Even though he tells the truth, the others don't know. He says, my mind was in prison and so on. Poor Celebrimbor here. So he basically outplayed all the people here against. He outplayed basically everyone, and as a result, even his own subordinates don't believe Celebrimbor anymore. He thinks just a madman. He's talking nonsense here, even though he's right. That's a very interesting situation. Like, you could say, at this point, it's so late, or it's too late for everybody. Like, even if he breaks out of his illusion and says to the others, this guy is Sauron, we have to stop him, nobody believes him. I think that's writing-wise, I think, was very plausible, the way everything was set up. You could maybe argue, well, there were a lot of weird accidents here and there. But in a way, it worked, because Sauron made this move coming out, Celebrimbor ordered we should wait here and wait for death, but we won't obey him. We will defend the city. And they said, bless you, Anatar. Good that you are here. And people believe him. And he made especially Medania believe that something is completely wrong with Celebrimbor. His mind is completely gone. He's lost his mind, basically. And she sees him in this state. He rambles some nonsense about a mouse and his hammer, and I don't know. She thinks, oh no, he's really lost his mind. This is a scene I really liked. I didn't like that what kind of happens next, unfortunately. And Anatar now has what is it called? Red blood. It even says cut him open, which is maybe a bit drastic, but Anatar has like a red-blooded wound now. It's an illusion, of course. And Celebrimbor, like, Medania tries to calm him down and bring him away. She's usually a very empathic, has a lot of empathy for people, it seems, and tries to be very friendly. So she's kind of a good character, actually. And Sauron shouts at her and said, no, he's Sauron, you have to believe me. And then Anatar does his force movement with his hand. Anatar uses the force and then flings Medania, unfortunately, over the ceiling. it's not ceiling, right? It is handrail or whatever you call this. What do you call this? Showrunner is definitely Star Wars fans, yeah. What do you call this thing there? In German, I would say Brüstung or something like this, but I have no idea what the English term for it is. Railing, not ceiling, right? Railing. Railing in German we also use, interestingly, breastwork. Whatever, I hope you know what I mean. Just when I start to ship Mirdania and so on. Cut him open, and so they cut him open. That day Sauron was finally overcome. That would be funny. Just a little earlier, he was sipping coffee on the balcony, enjoying the pretty view, yeah. And yeah, Mirdania flies over the railing, as said. She doesn't look very enthusiastic, to be honest, in this stunt here. And of course, Celebrimbor is shocked. What's kind of interesting when Mirdania falls down, I won't show you all the scenes. I mean, there are orcs left and right where she falls. And they immediately, I don't know, turn her around, which I found very strange. So that's strange. Potentially we don't have to see the actual scene here. Can't get a good shot here. I don't know. And yeah, that's the last of Mirdania we see. We're just like 3 people left. That's when I'm starting to ship, prepare the ground assault, but not sure about being fans. Maybe are the cool parts from Star Wars. Before this episode, I predicted Mirdania would be the one to unalive Celebrimbor. I was surprised by this twist, even though looking back, it makes sense. They wrote it this way. Yeah, it makes sense, kind of. This way, it looks like Celebrimbor pushed her over the ceiling. He looks even more crazy than before. Like, this was kind of, in German, we would call it Bauernopfer by Sauron. What do you call it? In English, a pawn sacrifice in chess or something. I don't know. Seems like it also translated with Fall Guy, which would actually fit to the situation. But yeah. Yeah, Sauron promised a reward, and that was her reward. Getting thrown over the ceiling. I kind of will miss her, to be honest. And also, yeah, this orc here kills her then. Yeah, also liked her. There weren't that many characters in Eregion, and she was like one of the few figures to identify with this place, or that you felt like she belongs to this place and into the story. And now that she's gone, you feel like, yeah, the story might end soon. Okay, long description here for the next screenshot. Then Anatar promises, of course, that he will... It was pretty brutal image, for sure. Der Drops ist gelutscht. Yes, it is. Oh man. And Anatar promises to save Eregion if Celebrimbor finishes now his 9 rings. Yeah, it's a question if it has to do with Game of Thrones or something. I could also imagine that what's it called, Charlotte Brännström is maybe also a fan of that. But to be honest, I don't know her director work as a director not well enough for that. But it could also be on the directors that they kind of like a more gore route. I mean, Peter Jackson also has this tendency, to be fair. And it's not as brutal as they wanted it to be, yeah. I mean, this episode in Germany is rated 12 for 12-year-olds, so more was not possible. For that, it was pretty brutal. Anatar stays cleaner than movie Legolas for sure, but it could be an illusion. Keep this in mind. Yeah, it would feel forced, I agree. It would be strange if an elven smith survives Eregion, to be fair. Peter Jackson toned down the visceral stuff massively, yeah, for sure, but it's not like he doesn't like it, right? Yeah, the actress is called Amelia Kenworthy. And yeah, I liked her acting and so on. It's strange that you can't read Kirs and Quenya, but okay, there's that. But it was a nice balance, like a lot of dark stuff is happening. She was always quite, especially with the manipulation, Sauron Anatar thing happening all the time. She was like a nice counterbalance to that, I felt. As a very friendly character. From who said this quote? Vic Armstrong explains this. Okay. Got it. Found it. Someone just used their innocence. Yes, for sure. I mean, it doesn't look that impressive here on this on the screenshot, to be honest. But I felt like it's a lot of stuff happening on the screen, so that's pretty cool, I think. So let us just bring back the screenshot. So a lot of orcs and things happening on the battlefield and so on. But then, yeah, there was also in the background when the horn was heard. Now, orcs looks. Like they hear the horn, and then people appear. And what is really cool is like how many masks and prosthetics and so on they had to create. Like they said for like 1,000 or something, like a massive amount, like some really big number in the behind the scenes stuff. It's really impressive. Like all these orcs kind of look different and so on. Like the logistics to get those people dressed up, have costumes for everyone, and everybody look kind of like how much work this must have been to portray this. That's, in my opinion, very impressive. Of course, not all of these orcs we just have seen here. They are, of course, duplicated digitally and so on for this to be. But I feel like that is really impressive, to be honest. Like that is an amount of work they put into this that for a TV show that I think is ridiculous. Maybe they established that Elrond Arwen had the idea of washing away the evil after the Battle of Eregion. If I only could have drowned them all. Yeah, maybe. Despite the silly setup, I really enjoyed the extended battle scene. It was very entertaining. Yeah, for sure. You could maybe criticize some stuff here and there. So the elf blows the horn. The orcs here, we have to do stuff. And then we see Elrond leading his army. Quite a few horses. Of course, I guess the actual number of horses was a bit lower, and they used some digital trickery, but still looks kind of impressive. Like I said, it makes no sense to talk about cardinal directions. And does anyone not see Sauron getting the orcs to step Adar with Morgoth's crown? Like the prologue, and then melt it down to make the one. Yeah, I also think the crown will be melted down, or a part of it at least, to make the one ring, I think. I also could imagine that. And it's hard to tell if Sauron kills him with the crown. I could also imagine. That's a really good call. Bath time. Or bath time. Elrond's battle charge getting cut short by mood killing Galadriel was pretty funny though, yeah. On the other side, of course, Commander Elrond. Not only that, this I did not expect. I thought Gil-galad would later join the battle. I did not expect that he would. That I was wrong with my call. I thought he's delayed and later joins the battle with others, but he's there from the beginning. So Gil-galad also in the army. And then, yeah, Elrond charges, like, beautiful shots here. They do, like, a lot of things, like, what I like kind of from the visual perspective. Let me just copy the name of this screenshot. And also like a shot from above. Like different camera angles here. Pretty nice. In general, I like that they added so many camera angles. We have seen shot like this with the other charge in season 1 as well. I think here it looks much more impressive than it looks previously. And also, like, you always see like interesting looking orcs here and there. Like, so much work must have just went into this. I also like this one orc in the scene who can't wait to reveal Galadriel. Like, look at him, how happy he is. He looks at Ada. He's also his gestures. Like, look, he's the happiest orc on the world right now. Can I reveal her now? Please, Ada, let me reveal her now. I love this scene. I found this very funny. Yeah, he's really into it. Also, welcome, Pumbaa. Wasn't Gil-galad always silver themed? Yes, we discussed this in previous streams. I don't know why he is like... He has a silver helmet, he has a silver mail, a silver shield, a silver spear. His name is Starlight, which is also silver. Oh, Mark is also, yeah. I'm off to work, so I'm just saying good morning. Good morning. But yeah, Gil-galad should be silver. I don't know what the show hates about silver. I have a good one at work. Oh, Galad means radiance. So Gil-galad, star, radiance, or starlight, kind of. I actually was pleasantly surprised we didn't get Legolas in the Hobbit special in the Hobbit special moves from Elrond, etc. The fighting was fairly restrained and realistic for a fantasy show for sure. Yeah, they did not went overboard too much. You got some terrific moments with Eyegloss. Yeah, I would also agree. He also had a good line. So he says basically, but High King, you should not be here. And he says the king has to be there where his people are, or something like that. It was a good line. Jackson was very methodical about maintaining map directions in the movies, characters walking to the right were going east, etc. Yeah. That kind of shows, like, I feel like the world made much more sense in Peter Jackson's universe. Like, it was easier to follow, if that makes sense. In this show, if you start to think about it, you notice everything makes no sense. So it's a bit unfortunate. I just finished watching the episode. At least not a Gandalf plotline this time, yeah. Well, even in The Lord of the Rings, there is a poem about Gil-galad. Gil-galad was an elven king, of him the harpers sadly sing. The last whose realm was fair and free between the mountain and the sea. His sword was long, his lance was keen, his shining helm afar was seen. The countless stars of heaven's field were mirrored in his silver shield. Actually, I forgot, now thinking about it, where was... in which book was the Gil-galad silver armor description? I forgot again. It was in Peoples of Middle-earth. Well, let me see. Galad occurs also in the Epes of Ereinion, Sign of Kings, by which he was chiefly remembered in legend. Gil-galad, Star of Radiance. He was the last king of the Eldar in Middle-earth, and the last male descendant of Finwë, except Elrond the Half-Elven, of course, who is also descendant of Finwë over ways. The Epes was given to him because his helm and mail and his shield was overlaid with silver and set with a device of white stars, shone from afar like a star in sunlight or moonlight, and could be seen by elvish eyes at great distances if he stood upon a height. Well, that's what Tolkien writes about this in a text published in Peoples of Middle-earth. I think it's in the Shibboleth of Feanor, but yeah. A king is where he's needed most. Yeah, that's what he says. Damn, I miss the old chivalry when kings went to battle. Oh, they just sent poor young people. Yeah. Did you catch the jacks? No, I didn't. Now that you say it, yes, but I think it must have slipped me. Yeah, did you catch the callback from the scene? Frodo and Sam in Osgiliath. We should not be here. Elrond to Gil-galad. You should not be here. Good call. I was worried the other callback to Frodo was Celebrimbor maiming his hand in the ring. It didn't go over the state and was... I wanted to go far. Almost pulled a chance for Faramir, captain of Gondor, to show his quality. Faramir moment, I think, yeah. The Epasse was given... It's written like this, right? It's Epasse. The E is not silent. Whatever. Him because his helm and mail into... Yeah. Oh, it's also nature of Middle-earth. Interesting. I know it from people of Middle-earth as there it is as well. He also had silver hair, by the way, according to nature of Middle-earth. Maybe that's what you mean. I don't mind that they had this wrong, because him having dark hair as a descendant of Finwë is also plausible, even though he's from the Golden House, actually. When is Gil-galad first mentioned? Someone telling the Hobbit stories? Can't remember at the moment. You mean in all of Tolkien's writings, in the writing history, or, I don't know, in Lord of the Rings or something? The writing history, I can't even tell you, to be fair. The first mention in Lord of the Rings would be in The Shadow of the Past, where he talks to Frodo and so on. I would be surprised if he appears in The Hobbit. I don't think so. Pretty sure he's not. I'm also not sure when Tolkien created this character. I think he's a bit older than, for example, Galadriel in his origin. Yeah, Gil-galad appears for the first time in the second version of The Fall of Numenor, written 1937. So he's not as old as Elrond, but older than Galadriel. Galadriel was invented in the 40s. I think 41, 1940, 1941, something like that. Yeah, he also sings a book. Sam sings a song about Gil-galad in the book as well. In the chapter A Knife in the Dark, in case you wonder. Yeah, maybe they didn't want to coat him silver as well. Yeah, I can kind of see that he sticks out a little bit because all the other armors are silver as well. They could have made him extra silver. Yeah, exactly. So Sam recites the Gil-galad poem between Bree and Rivendell somewhere. Exactly. On the way when they meet. Strider. He's first mentioned in The Lost Road and other writings. Gil-galad. Let me just read this here. Here, the Noldor elves are still called gnomes. Though changed and broken, it retained still in ancient days the name that it had borne in the day of the gnomes, and it is said that in Beleriand there arose a king who was of Numenorean race, and he was named Elendil, that is elf-friend, and he took counsel with elves and remained in Middle-earth, and these abode then mostly in Beleriand, and he made a league with Gil-galad, the elf king, who was descendant from Feanor, and their armies were joined and passed the mountains and came into inner lands far from the sea, and so on and so forth. And they encompassed the stronghold until Thu came forth in person, and Elendil and Gil-galad wrestled with him, and both were slain. But Thu was overthrown down, and his bodily shape destroyed, and his servants were dispelled, and the host of Beleriand destroyed his dwelling, but Thu's spirit fled far away and was hidden in waste places and took no shape again for many ages. But it is sung sadly by the elves that the war with Thu hastened the fading of the Eldar decreed by the gods, for Thu had power beyond their measure, and Filargund, king of Nargothrond, here at this point he was not called Finrod yet, I think, had found aforetime, and the elves expanded their strength and substance in their assault upon him. Sounds familiar, but yet strange. Well, welcome to very early writings of Tolkien. But yeah, that is where he first appears. That's in the Fall of Numenor. Maybe there's an earlier version of that. The only elf with 2 words in his name. That's a good question, to be honest. I can't think of anybody else who's with a little, what do you call it, a dash or something in the name. Iluthingol has no dash though. Usually it's also called Thingol. Yeah, maybe. I don't know Sindarin well enough, to be fair. Why there's a dash? Hyphen, thank you. Why there's a hyphen? I'm not sure why there's maybe some rule for it, for the name. Why it has to be... Currently, I can't think of anybody, to be honest. It could be, maybe I forget somebody, but I'm also very tired, so I have an awesome excuse. So yeah, back to the stream. Like I said, this orc is fantastic. He says, now, can I reveal her now? Please, Ada, let me reveal her. And then we have Galadriel imprisoned in the cage. Well, that's not a surprise. He was brought like that to the camp. And yeah, the orc also has a lot of fun putting the spear to her throat. Like this orc, you can tell he loves his job. Also, the spear of this dude looks very frightening, I have to say. Also, some blood drips here, which I won't show, of course. And it's kind of interestingly done. I'm not sure how this works exactly, to be fair. But yeah, we got this awesome shot here, which is interesting because there's like a lot of light on the elf side and the darkness on the orc side. That looks kind of cool, the contrast of this. We have seen this contrast already, I think, in earlier shots where we had this above thing. So if you look closely here, I assume they're to the right. These are the orcs. It's already this darkness over there. So yeah, kind of interesting in my opinion that they portray it like this. Was an interesting shot. Yeah, FON Fall of Numenor, of course. I see Galadriel in that box on the wheels, and I think Amazon's packaging Galadriel is like an early Amazon shipment. I said this in the last season, chat. The last episode. Well, I was saying season. There is the crown that Adar is showing to Galadriel. In this box here, we have the crown. I think I forgot to switch the darkness, right? Whatever, doesn't matter. This crown. And in my opinion, they missed the opportunity to make an Amazon logo in front of it. Like that would be, I'm not sure if I'm the only one, but I would find this insanely funny. Let me just see if I find the exact shot for it. I have to find the screenshot, takes a moment. Here, this box, let's make the Amazon logo on front of it. It would be hilarious in my opinion. Just, it make sure it's can only be seen for like a frame or two. So you have to really pause it and look out for it. That would be, in my opinion, very awesome. Nah, the problem is I might not be able to complete the stream because it's just too early. I really need to go to bed. I'm so tired right now. And then tomorrow we can we do the watch party, and before we do the watch party or after it, I'm not sure yet, we continue with the analysis here and bring it to an end. Maybe I have a guest, I'm not sure. But yeah. But this is a lost opportunity, in my opinion. I would found it fun, even though it would be off-world. You can maybe stylize it a bit, but it would be funny if an Amazon logo would be on this thing. Yeah, does somebody understand how this blackness works? Like, there is a scene we talked about earlier in this. So the sun is smoked somehow. You see the sun is suddenly getting blocked a bit. Just wondering, oh, the wrong screenshot, how this here worked. It's a smoke, I guess. Yeah, definitely possible that they use some smoke stuff to block the sun. Wait all the way afternoon. Stream still goes on. Thank you so much. No problem. They only put the Amazon logo on Galadriel's armor so they can sell action figures with it. Yeah, it seems like they're not going for it. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's they don't have the rights for it. Or let's phrase it differently. They could have had the rights for sure, but maybe they did not want to share the money with the whoever holds the rights for that, then potentially with the Middle-earth Enterprise or something. So maybe they couldn't agree on good terms or something. I'm not sure why Amazon is completely not doing any merchandise or something for the show. Yeah, Gwais Imirdain means people of the jewel smith. Now I see where Medarnia got her name. It's not a very creative name, to be honest. Mir is, I think, jewel, and Mirdain would be jewel smith. Wait, it's Sindarin, right? Then singular would be Mirdan, right? Yeah, Mirdan must be singular then. Yeah. Dunadan, Dunedain. Let me double check. My Sindarin is very bad. Yeah, singular jewel smith, I think. Pro would be Mirdain. So E stays the same, interestingly. I mean, whatever, doesn't matter. is like Jewel. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure if Mirdania is like Jewel-like. Yeah, maybe. Could also be something like basically the female, like Jewel Smithess or something, like a female Jewel Smith. Could also be a translation, I think. Good morning, Windnest. Nice to see you. Move from the orc camps in the last episode, perhaps. Yeah, something like that. There is a scene that shows how the sun is kind of darkened. I'm not sure what causes it. I mean, we're in an analysis stream, and technically I should look into that, but I'm just too tired. No, it doesn't look like there's. I at least didn't see too many hints there. And then Elrond has to negotiate with Adar, it seems. Didn't Galadriel ask Elrond to promise to sacrifice her life if it became necessary? The previous... Yeah, he did, and he also... well, he leaves Galadriel alone and does not give the ring, at least. So there's that. Yeah, the Embracer group holds Middle-earth. Though, to be fair, like, Middle-earth Enterprises / Embracer Group does not... It's a group that likes money for sure. And if Amazon would have offered them enough money, they would have said, yeah, for sure, take these merchandise rights, we license them to you. I think the reason why Amazon is not doing this, they don't want to pay them the terms they are wanting for these rights. Nah, exhaustion is also a good thing. We made it almost to a half through the episode. So the next, we still have to talk about the quite a few things actually. We have now the thing here. Elrond negotiating with Adar, and Adar wants, of course, the ring. That was clear. That's what he said last episode he wants. They're now meeting in his tent. It's threatened by the orc, and of course Elrond is not giving that away. I think maybe we should discuss this next stream, chat. Like I said, it's too late. I'm streaming for almost 7 hours. I started very, very late. I'm a bit sorry for that. I got distracted too much, chat, today. Else we would have made it, I think, further into the episode. We're to discuss very interesting topics, though, to be fair. The round world version we discussed a bit, the orc origin and so on. The map stuff at the start we discussed for like 2 hours. It feels always a map. There's an interesting, I wouldn't call it Easter egg. Let me just show them a few things I want to mention before we maybe wrap up. Yeah, but his name is Gluck. Robert Strange plays the orc holding the knife to Galadriel's throat. This is Gluck. There's an interesting cameo though here in this scene. Well, it's actually the latest scene when Galadriel is on her way out. There's a female orc talking to Galadriel. Where is my sorry chat, one moment. Is this how you spell her? I can't copy paste the name. And yeah, this female orc here. Do you know who that is, chat? Okay, chat. Maybe somebody have looked it up or so. You would not recognize her. But it's actually somebody we know. Also playing in this show, by the way. Then right now we are not out yet, chat. So do you know who this orc is? Maybe I make it a bit brighter, then it becomes clearer. Well, that's maybe a bit too bright. I wouldn't say the first one who gets this. I mean, you could look it up. I also only know this through this X-ray feature. That's her. Stephen Colbert, no. Isidor's new girlfriend, no, it's not. It is feminine. That is Bridie Sisson is her name, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I had this screenshot. Where's the other one? Here in this shot, she looked like Eminem or something, and then we called her, because she's a female, she's Feminem. That was kind of the internal name that we came up at, I think, the Tolkien, German Tolkien Society stream. Well, you would not, now when you know it, you can kind of recognize it to some degree, but all comical. But yeah, that is the acolyte of the Dark Wizard. She also was in the first season, and she is back now in the second season. It's from the second season, this shot here. And yeah, episode 2 this is from, I think. And yeah, I think, because I could assume it takes a long time to get the makeup and the prosthetics and stuff on. So she went through this process to play this little role here. She even talks a bit to this. She's labeled orc laborer or something. Yeah, laborer orc. But yeah, it's an interesting Easter egg. Just want to mention it. So, oh, cool. So yeah, we have a little detail here that I found. But it's not hard to find. I often watch a second time with X-ray on and see who the actors are. If there's some interesting names popping up and so on, that I find always very interesting. We called she also had 2 companions. We called them Feminem and the Nas Girls. It was our name for them. So whatever. Chat, I'm losing it, really. I'm just completely done, I think. Next episode we discuss this, the rest basically. Next stream. If I'm continue at this speed here, chat, it might be more than 2 episodes. I feel like, but like I said, currently I have trouble finding words here. So I would say, yeah, we had Gluk there. Also, one point I want to mention, but maybe we'll make this next time. Elrond also has this companion there, Volondil or something like that. Forgot the name, unfortunate. What's his name? Gluk. Vorohil. Vorohil. This dude here, he's also there. Bad for you, Collapse. Stretches out, the season's almost over. Yeah, at least we have we still have enough content, I think. The question, chat, is I think we have to do it. Nah, I'm not sure actually how we will do it tomorrow. But there will be more streams. We have to do the what is it called? The watch party tomorrow. The question is, will I do the analysis stream before I do the watch party or after the watch party. So the watch party might start in... I planned to start in, let's say, 12 to 13 hours from now. Then we would watch the episode together here on this channel. Maybe after that, we might discuss the rest of the episode, I would say. After, please. Okay, when we do it after. And then maybe in the afternoon earlier also I play some Elden Ring. I'm not sure yet. I have to see. First of all, I really need to rest though, chat. So I'm a bit sorry that we have to do another stream number 2. But I started too late. I got too distracted by some details as always. You know the drill by now. I'm so happy that all you people stayed here with me for such a long time. Always like amazing that you have not abandoned me here by now and that said, okay, this dude, will he ever shut up? No. I have more to watch later on. Yeah, I think that's not bad, I think. So, yes, this was a weird stream, I have to admit. I hope, like in my mind, it was faster, but then I got distracted. And that's the biggest danger when people say, well, look at the map and so on. And, well, turns out maps are completely nonsense. I went during the grocery store, during the map analysis. It was a smart call, Joe. Smart call. Oh no, he's starting the map stuff again. Let's go to the grocery store. And then, I don't know. Make lunch or something, and when I'm back 2 hours later, he's still talking about the map. Well, the good thing is the people watching this as a VOD can just skip the map discussion part. I would not blame you. Thanks, I can miss the episode watch party. I love the analysis though. Okay. So chat, I would say that's a good point to stop. We got, I would say, let me just see, how much do I have to cut off this here? Let's say we are optimistically half in the episode, not fully half, which is the worst part of the news, I think. We still have to discuss Damrod and all the other stuff. We haven't talked about the kiss. Oh no, chat, the kiss. Well, we briefly talked about this. We have to talk about the Morgoth stuff here. The finishing of the Rings of Power. The weird... The Dwarven story is a bit weird. Like, all the weird stuff is... You know, the worst part is all the weird stuff is still coming up. Like it's currently nothing. But yeah, we have to talk about the stuff as well. So I would say, okay, chat, I really have to call it a day. I'm just losing it here. We really get in through remote sunlight being obscured. There's maybe too much to talk about. Like I did not get as far into the episode as I would have hoped. As a result, here we are now. It doesn't matter. What I have to do though before I really let go I need to do credits, chat, because some credit changes. I hope the new subscribers are not angry that I won't include them today. Maybe next stream or so. I need to upgrade the credits then. There would be a bit too much stuff. Let me just double check this here. First of all, I need to move this here down quite a bit. Okay, that worked. Where do we have it, chat? I've never seen my subscriber list this full, I think. So again, shoutouts to all the generous people here. Okay, others I have. Now I'm getting into the trouble that I'm not sure which name are already in the list because it's too many. Maybe I need to sort by alphabet or something at some point. Else it gets too annoying, I think. And the other people I will put into the list next time. It's just too much work right now. Just want to put the people who are in the streaming credit tier. That should do the trick, I think. Export credits. What is the date? I made a mistake as well. That's unfortunate, but doesn't matter right now for... Let's hope it just works. Okay, chat. Something is going horribly wrong. Okay, now it worked. Okay, before we can end the stream, the credits have to be fired. I hope I didn't forget anybody. I hope the rendering works. Sometimes the rendering won't work here. Thank you for the Antworten. Thank you for the answers. Wasn't the stream a bit back? And here, how you talk to the people. Yeah, don't worry that I always try to do it like this, but sometimes it's very, very difficult, as you can probably imagine. If there's just too much going on in chat and so on, it's sometimes hard to keep track of every message. So let me just hope this thing here plays. It plays. Awesome. So huge shout outs again to all the generous people today. Much appreciated. Thank you to you all. I hope you enjoyed the stream. If so, feel free to press a like button. Maybe after the stream is completed and so on, leave a comment or something. And yeah, I don't know, what else can I say? Subscribe if you haven't. That would be much appreciated. Maybe check the other channels. There will be also some gaming content from time to time. But yeah, you can see the list is pretty long right now. Straight out of the Shire. Thank you so much for your generosity today. Also, of course, I forgot the name, chat. Oh, I'm so bad with memorizing names. Marley Tinuviel, also thank you so much for your generosity and so on. All the others who I might have forgotten. There might be some people missing in the list. I'm sorry for that. The 10 new new people that got a membership today also much appreciated. You will be on the list next time. The Amazing Bad Boy, also shout outs to you. I hope you were on the list. Thank you also for your generosity. I potentially forgot a few people. Always feel a bit bad for that. But it's sometimes hard to keep track of everything. But yeah, hope you enjoyed this year. And I will be on later. Like, give me 12 hours or something. Maybe 13 hours more. Something like that. Then we will do the watch party. After the watch party, we do the rest analysis here of this episode. Will be a tough one. And yeah, I think that's basically it for today, people. Thank you for the stream. I'm looking very much to every one of them. Thank you, much appreciated. Glad you were here. Thanks for the stream. See everyone next time. Yeah, awesome. Nighty night. We can really get a bit of the sunlight. Yeah, we have to talk this different topic here. Good night, and so on. So I will just fire some ads here at the end and then call it a day. So good night, everyone, or good morning. A fantastic rest of the day. See you later.